In the broadly understood dog therapy. The conference is organized by the Zwierzęta Ludziom Association. I'd like to thank our excellent team in green t-shirts here. They make it all work smooth, and they are responsible for you being here. In a moment, I'll give the floor to Fumi. She will introduce herself and her team, so I will not double that. I'd like just to say that I'm so happy that we managed to gather here. I see so many people. I see foreign visitors. We have guests from Norway, Czech Republic, Slovakia. So I believe that's a nice team. Well,
my name is Fumi Higaki. I'm from Japan, and I'm one of the Do As I Do official team member. And I hope you heard about Do As I Do a little bit. And today is an introduction of Do As I Do method. And I hope it will be an eye-opener for your training journey, okay? So let's start with the presentation. And if you have any question, I would like to have it right on spot. So if you have any question, please raise your hand and stop me, or I'll just move on. So you can stop me in Polish or in your language, and Magda will catch you, right? So as I said, I'm one of the official Do As I Do trainer, and the title CDBC, CBCCK, CPDTK, which is dog trainers certification and behavior consultants certifications issued by American or international associations. So here's the team. This team is led by Dr. Claudia Fugazza. She is the one who who published the Do As I Do method. Do As I Do method is actually created long ago for the project to teach imitation in chimpanzees long ago. But Dr. Claudia Fugazza is the one made it organized and published to the public as a dog training method. And today you will be learning what the protocol is and what's the requirements and what you can do with the Do As I Do method, okay? And from Mexico, we have Marco Ojeda. He's a dog trainer as well. He's one of the team member, funny guy. And again, it's me from Japan. That's my previous dog, the Golden Retriever Monju. And he was in the AAI projects. As many of you are probably in the field, I guess. And I wish if I could just introduce some Do As I Do application in AAI field later today. Now, so what you will be learning from this seminar, one, what is Do As I Do? And two, what are the advantages and limitations of Do As I Do compared to traditional method of dog training? Better? Good. I don't mind you guys taking picture of my presentation if you want. And number three, how to teach Do As I Do. This is the main part. What are the requirements before you start Do As I Do? And what are the protocols? And how to proceed teaching. And number four, application examples. This is the one I was just talking about, how to apply Do As I Do method in AAI programs. So let's start with social learning and socialization. I get this question very often from my students. And what's the difference between social learning and socialization? Is it the same thing? That's the question I get often. And the answer is no, it's a different thing. So what's social learning by definition? It is acquiring new information by observing others. So which is like what we do every day. right? So when you want to learn some new recipe on how to make sushi, California roll, what you do? You Google or you look at somebody cooking, or you search on the YouTube for the how to make, right? So that's one of the social learning method. Now, what's socialization? By definition, which is written in a book, Dr. Adam Miklosi's book, The Dog, socialization by definition, which is learning to be sociable. And everybody probably know who owns dogs or cats. The period between week 3 to 12, which is for dogs, are very important for developing the ability to form a social relationship with others, especially us in later half of the socialization period. Half of this, it consists of 2 parts. First part is while they are at the breeders or while they are at their moms and siblings. But when they come to you at age 2 months, most likely, most of the case, they come to you at 2 months, right? And that's the time the socialization with the human society, where the dog will be living in the rest of the life, it starts and it finishes around 12 to 14 weeks. So that is the very important period, 2 months to 3 months of the puppy food. That is why I emphasize to everyone that using social learning during socialization period makes huge difference. And I wish if I could speak about socialization approach in puppies a little bit later. But today's focus is about do as I do, which is totally different from puppy socialization. So today we are learning the method, training method, do as I do, okay? So far so good? Okay. Stop me if you have any questions. Now, what's socialization? What's social learning? Definition we went over already. It's written in a book, Do As I Do book, written by Claudia Fugazza and published in 2014. And if you have one, I hope you have one in your language, maybe, and please go over what social learning is and how it's different from traditional individual associative learning. It's a bit different, and I want you to see this video first to see how we learn socially. And this is you see Dr. Claudia Fugazza on the right, and on the left, this is my friend and a team member from my volunteer group. I'm a director and the founder of Ichinomiya AAE Dogs Club in Japan, and we have like 20 volunteers working on the AAI programs. And this is the first time we invited Dr. Claudia Fugazza to Japan, and this is the first time we had the meeting. And here we are teaching Dr. Claudia Fugazza how to eat chicken wing with 1 bite. And do you guys eat chicken wings here? No? No? Come visit Japan. We make the best chicken wings. Crispy, juicy inside. You'll love it. Okay, so here it is.
Nice. Speak. Yeah.
How did Dr. Claudia Fugazza learn how to eat chicken wing? Break the piece at the end and just scrape the meat with teeth, right? So that's the way we eat with one bite. Otherwise, you have to eat like a corn cob, right? And you get like tons of like, what is that? Like meat chunks on your teeth. So this is easy way to eat. Okay, I stopped, so it's not working. All right, so here's another example I want you to consider. What are the difference between associative learning and social learning? Let's say you are in my cooking class, and I am your cooking teacher, and I present you 4 items you see on the screen: eggs, frying pan, fork, and bowl. And I'm speaking Japanese. Today we are making medamayaki. And you have no idea what I just said was medamayaki. But you kind of guess that eggs, so you guess that you got to do something with eggs, right? So you grab 1 egg, break directly on the frying pan, and put the shell and mix with the fork. And I go, no, that's not what I want you to make. So do it over. This time, you grab another egg, break it into the bowl, and mix it with a fork and pour it into the frying pan, right? So you try to make omelet. Then I go, no, that's not what I want you to make. So you wasted 2 eggs already, right? 2 eggs, and then you probably do more dishes, and you end up making 2 mistakes already. So that's the way of associative learning, trial and error. Now, with social learning, how would you proceed? I ask you, watch me. I'm going to show you how to make medamayaki. I grab 1 egg, break the egg directly into the frying pan, put the shell in the bowl, and that was it. All I wanted you to make was sunny side up, right? And I gave you the fork. This is for you to eat, right? It wasn't for mixing. And do you make any mistakes this time? Because I show you from what goes in where from the very beginning to the end. And the final product, you saw it, medamayaki, which is sunny side up already. Hey, you learned Japanese today, medamayaki, right? So that's the difference between trial and error and social learning. Traditional approach of trial and error, associative learning, individual associative learning, is higher risk because you ended up doing more dishes, wasted time, making mistakes, lost resource, right? And with social learning, lower risk. You don't lose 2 eggs at the beginning, right? And doing less dishes, and you're probably able to eat in time. Did not waste any time, right? So that's the difference between associative learning and social learning. Now, I would like to cover a little bit about training methods. Many of you are I heard the dog trainers, and you probably know all these techniques. Traditionally, we use full lures to move dogs, make behaviors, and target touch, which is like presenting the hand, let the dog follow your fingertip, right? And target touch is one of my favorite too. And what's capturing? Capturing is just get the moment. Any dog knows how to lay down, right? So if you want to teach your dog to lay down, you catch the moment. As soon as your dog lay down on the floor, you just, hey, very nice, and throw food. Just repeat, reinforce the behavior. So that's capturing. Capture the whole behavior. Now, shaping, probably went through all these with the clickers. Everybody knows about shaping. Doing the little steps towards the end, final behavior. So tiny steps towards the behavior, the full behavior. That's shaping. And what's molding? Molding is physically putting the dog into the position, just molding. It's like grab the dog onto the platform so that he is on the platform, right? So that's molding. So all these five are in the traditional individual learning, associative learning method. And now we have do as I do. And this is the only social learning method based on the social learning method. And what is do as I do? Dogs learn new behavior by observing and imitating us, our movement. So that's something new. So you can relate to previous egg example, right? How did you learn how to make medamayaki? Because I show it to you from step one to the end final product. And that's what we do with dogs, right? It's easy to say, it's kind of magical to see, but this happens. And you'll see tons of videos, and you'll probably see in front of your eyes too later. Now, this is Tenten. He was only 1 year old. This is my student and one of my the volunteer team, and he passed the basic level exam. Do as I do basic level exam when he was age 1. And what I want you to see this video of his owner teaching this dog how to cross paw, like crossing paw, right? Just watch. She said, do it.
Do it.
He didn't get it, so she did it again.
Do it.
He kind of knew the hand gotta do something, and crossing again. Boom, that's it, all right?
Do it.
So
Yes, good boy.
that's do as I do. This owner was telling me she tried to teach this behavior with her other dog previously using all these methods, target mat, like using a coaster, like a cup coaster, and like a Post-it as well. So she tried so many times that if you Google this, how to teach your dog to cross paws, you will get many, many instructional videos. But this is the fastest, quickest way to teach cross paws, as I know. And Google it, you will see tons of videos using the coaster, using the target, shaping, clicker. There are many ways to teach this. Now, this is another example. This is my dog, Tara, when he was, I think, 8 months or 9 months, and he already knew do as I do as well. Actually, I taught him using social learning approach since he was 2 months old, since he came to me. So I did not use do as I do protocol to teach him the imitation rule. But watch. I use the skateboard. I'm tapping on it, crossing, so he knows where to tap. He knows where to tap. So he's trying to match the arm in a mirror image. And finally, when I say cross, he just moves, he crosses his arms. It's difficult to explain because there's a sound and all the explanation behind. And I wish if I could show you later. But you can use the target like this in a simple table or something. And if your dog knows do as I do, working in the mirror image, the dog knows which hand to move to where. So crossing hands makes really easy compared to associative learning. Yeah. Does anybody try to teach cross paws to your dog before? How did you do it? Yeah.
Yeah, so with my first dog, it was ridiculously quick. I taught it within like an hour because he's very clever when it comes to dog tricks. But with my second dog, same breeder, you know, very close association, and there was just no chance. He's just like, okay, I'll do it, but do I really understand the task? I don't think so. So I think I'm gonna try this method with him again and see if that works.
Yes, thank you very much for your answer. Hold on a second. I think any dog has preference of learning method, and some dogs do better with individual learning, and some dogs do really good with social learning, and especially the first poodle, the tiny poodle, he learned in less than minute, like 30 seconds, he learned like this. So he was really quick with social learning because he did not have the previous training with associative learning. He was only 1 year old. So that sometimes when you are doing too much of shaping or too much of individual learning, associative learning, it kind of interfere with the social learning, like flexibility. But it's still possible. Of course, yes, yes. Magda, here's a. She was chilling.
Jag provar notice what I tried to teach my dog through food luring, but he couldn't. I tried to teach my dog by food luring, but he didn't get it. But I must try this new method because he's very clever. Very often he does something on his own, and then I give him food, but he didn't want to try crossing paws.
The good thing. That's another good thing to hear. Sometimes the dog is not so food focused. You can use other reinforcers, and later I'm going to talk about social reinforcement methods, and maybe it works, right? Thank you. So we now have voice, audio. So let's do it over. ちょっと待ってね。いくよ。Good. Stay. はい、いくよ。そうです。Stay. Do it. Good. Stay. Cross. そう。
Because I saw that when you were doing the do as I do method, you rewarded at one point in the second part of the video. Why did you reward at that time? Like when would you reward?
Second part of the video, which is this?
No. With your dog.
This?
Yeah, and the second part of the video, because here you didn't reward him.
Oh,
Good.
Okay. I'm rewarding. So it's just a video edition.
No. You do reward him.
Yeah?
Right after that.
Oh, okay. Because it wasn't the behavior I wanted. It was close, but it wasn't.
Oh, you see, and now you reward him.
Right. Okay. It's a very good point. Hey, you have sharp eyes. I love it. Okay. So why is it wasn't the behavior I wanted. That's why I did not reward it. He raised just this much, but it wasn't crossing. What I want was the cross at the very first time. That it's not shaping. That's why. This is the thing. Do as I do is so different from shaping or any other method. We don't want for the little tiny steps. We want the whole behavior to happen at once. That's do as I do. That is why the time consuming is so short. Do as I do is really, really quick. And you practice the dog's observational skill to interpret our movement, and we ask them to reproduce the action in one trial. Okay? Nice, very nice, thank you. Okay, so here are the key social learning processes, and if you are going for the basic level exam, please remember this, and these are the very important topics, and I'm going to go over what are the 4 key social learning processes in Do As I Do. 1, stimulus enhancement, and 2nd, local enhancement. What is stimulus enhancement? Is the dog learning the object, the stimulus, by observing our movement. Well, actually, he did not learn about the movement, but what we do, he observed and then he learned which object to interact with, act on. So that's stimulus enhancement. And what is local enhancement? It's a location. Dogs observe our demonstration and they learn the location of the action happened. So it's like this. If I go like this and I ask you, what did I do? You might not remember what I did, but you remember I was holding glasses, right? So you remember about the object. So that's stimulus enhancement. And local enhancement is if I go over the corner of the room and come back and ask you, what did I just do? You might not remember what I did, but you probably remember I was at the corner of the room. So that's the memory of the location. You remember, you learn about the location, that's local enhancement. Now, those are the simple form of social learning, stimulus enhancement and local enhancement. And these happens with beginner of Do As I Do or the young puppies. They learn socially from us with stimulus enhancement, and local enhancement happens often. Now, goal emulation, this is complex form of social learning process. They learn the goal, what happened at the end, result of our movement. They observe us and they learn about the object, the objective, the goal of the action. So I will show you the video of what are the difference between goal emulation and imitation later. So you will see, you will have the clear idea of goal emulation later. And what's imitation? This is the thing we focus with Do As I Do method. We want our dog to learn the action. So the key words are highlighted in white. Imitation, we want the dogs to learn about the action by observing us. So that's the goal of Do As I Do. But how do we know which one's happening? We want to teach imitation, but how do we know the dog's just learning with the goal emulation or stimulus enhancement? And that is that can be tested with the method called 2-action test. And I will show the video later in this presentation. So far, so good? Okay, thank you. Question?
You said that the dog on the film, he didn't do what you wanted, so you did not reward him, yes? So I give reward only when dog do what I want. But what if dog make another mistake? Because it makes frustration, and dog can tell me, sorry, but I don't want to work.
Very good question.
So when can I reward?
Yes.
Even if it is not exactly what I want.
Exactly. Thank you very much for the question. And that goes with any training method, I think. We do not want our dogs to keep on making mistakes. And if the dog doesn't get with our demonstration, we have to make the effort of improving our demonstration. And as you get better with how your dog see us, how your dog observe your movement, if you get the right idea, you'll become a better demonstrator, and the dog's likely to make less mistakes. And of course, we don't want to make our dogs suffer, making too many mistakes. But making a mistake is another way of learning as well. Just not to continue with the mistakes too much. And I will explain later how to improve our demonstration. And sometimes we need to just quit and take a break. Okay? I'll explain later in the video.
Can I add something just what you say? Because
Sure.
I work with the Do As I Do with my dog, and I see that sometimes if he makes mistakes and he don't understand, because if we teach with Do As I Do, I think that we also learn how dog behave some actions, and we can try to act the behavior more like our dog will do this. So maybe we can
perfect.
change the demonstration because he don't understand what we are doing, in fact.
That's a very good answer. Thank you very much. I think you should be standing here. But that's really, we have to be a really good demonstrator. How dogs perceive our movement differs from dog to dog, individual dogs. And more your dog is experienced with Do As I Do, they are likely to catch up with how you move because they have the skill of Do As I Do, observational skill. And also us, we have to improve our demonstration skill, and that is the way key. And what she says is, you will probably see today's demonstrator, and she's already really good, so we wanted a beginner, but you will see how beginner demonstrates and how experienced demonstrator demonstrates. And you will see the clear difference, and that makes a huge difference in dogs' learning speed. Okay? Okay. So, here's an example of goal emulation. Can you see? So the goal emulation. Socially what the goal to achieve is. And this is the video of my student and her Rottweiler who just passed away last year. And she was certified basic level Do As I Do dog doer. And this is the first time the owner is doing the sequence action of pulling open the door, cabinet door, and taking out an object. And this is the first time we did this. So pull with hand, take up the object. So that was it for the demonstration. Came back, said do it. And the dog opened with his paw. He did not use the rope at all, right? But he knew, I'm sorry, that was girl. She knew what to do. So is it clear? The owner opened the cabinet door, pulling the rope, but the dog did not use the rope at all. She opened the door with his paw, with her paw. So she knew the object, she knew the goal to take out the object, but did not learn about how to open the door. Make sense? Okay. So another example, this is another student of mine. They passed the basic level exam as well. And again, this is the very first time they did the sequence action. And same action. And this time I would like to say this is an imitation, but this explains what functional imitation is. The term functional imitation is we are two-legged and we have hands. So we grab objects with hands. And dogs are four-legged. So they don't have hands, fingers. So what they do is they use the similar parts. They use their mouth to grab, right? We use hands, they use mouth. So same goal can be achieved using different body parts. So that's why we call it functional imitation. Okay? So let's see this video. It's the same action. Pull open the door. Take out the object. Do it. A bit confused. So say do it again. Right? Easy like that. All you gotta do is just show once, and pretty much if the dog is quick, he gets it right away. So that's functional approach, functional imitation. The owner used a hand to pull rope, right? But the dog used his mouth to pull the rope. Okay? Okay. Can I proceed? Okay. So back to associative learning, traditional method. How would you teach this behavior using traditional method? If you do not know, do as I do. Same action. Pull the rope, open a door, and take out the object. How would you teach? So traditionally, we break the sequence action into pieces, right? How many steps there is? Okay, I'm going to say lots of them. Yes, lots of them. Thank you very much. I put 5 steps, but you can break it in many pieces, mini pieces, if you want. So hold the rope in his mouth. 2, pull the rope and open the cabinet and drop. So it's already 3 actions involved there, right? And put his head in the cabinet, hold the object in his mouth, and take out the object and drop. So that's more than 1 steps. So tons of actions are involved in the sequence action, the training task, right? Now, how would you teach this behavior, sequence actions in real life? How would you do it? You don't do this from step 1 through 5. It could be, you can try, but it's not really convenient. The easiest way is probably break up in 2 sections. Hold a rope. The dog has to know how to pull open. So 1 or 2 maybe, and another part is to take out an object. So major 2 parts, you probably break up the steps and train it separately. And how would I do it if I teach a dog who doesn't know do as I do? This is my answer. You probably come up with a different order. But I would say this is the most easiest way if the dog is a very beginner of the associative learning as well. So 4, hold the object in his mouth. So that's the fun part. I have the yellow slipper. I'm not going to even put the slipper in the box. Just put it on the floor, teach him to grab it in his mouth and drop it. So I teach 4 and 5 first. Then, finally, I put the object into the box. And many dogs are afraid of sticking a head in a tiny space and kind of cautious, right? So little by little, you put the yellow slipper towards the end of the box. So that takes time too for the dog to get used to. And 1 and 2, hold the rope in his mouth, and he has to pull the rope to open enough force to open the cabinet. So that's another step you gotta teach separately, right? And finally, what kind of methods do you use to teach each steps? It's combination. You can probably use full lure to put his head to the tiny space, the box. Little by little, how to pull a rope. You can probably play tug of war, right? So the many steps, many methods are involved to teach this sequence action. And compared to do as I do method you saw in previous 2 slides videos, you can guess, you can imagine this requires a lot of work, right? Do you agree? And okay, one important thing, the reason I said number 3, put his head in the cabinet, and many dogs are afraid to stick his head in the box. And with social learning, with Do As I Do, we are demonstrating that we are actually putting our hands in the dark box to take out the object. It's a yellow slipper. And that gives the dog the confidence this box is safe enough to work on. And that's another very important information that we are giving to the dog. There's a very important secure object, security of the object by us demonstrating in front of their eyes. So there are so many words on this slide, and yes. You still have questions? You are the master of Do As I Do.
About functional imitation. Because we use it, yes. We take the things with hand and we expect the dog to take it with the mouth. But sometimes we do something with the hand and expect the dog will do it with the paws and do with our nose or mouth, and expected the dog to do it with the mouth. How to teach the dog to distinguish between these 2 things?
Thank you very much. And it goes back to her questions before, and she did she can explain better than I do. Well, the thing is, we have to be careful with our demonstration from the very beginning, from the very first phase of Do As I Do. If we want the dog to use his mouth, we pretend that we are picking up with our mouth like this. Well, actually, I usually pick it up in my mouth. I mean, I don't mind that. But some people are, say, don't want to, put your pen in your mouth. So just pretend like this. That's the important part of your demonstration. It makes huge difference. Be precise with the dog's interpretation. And how the dog interpret our demonstration differs from dog to dog. But you probably know the best about your dog. And you know Do As I Do well. I know. Okay, thank you very much. It's a very good question. And that is why we have to be very good demonstrator. And your demonstration is the only source of information your dog will learn the behavior. That is why our responsibility is really weights a lot. Okay. So it's a summary. Why do I like Do As I Do so much? Because there are tons of advantages compared to a traditional approach. Compared with shaping, dogs learn the complex actions faster, remember longer, and generalize better. And this was published in 2015 by Dr. Claudia Fugazza, comparing shaping using clicker and do as I do method. And if you are interested in, please search for the report, the research paper on the Google it, and just shaping, do as I do, comparison, Claudia Fugazza, and then you hit it. And so what it proved is the result was very clear. The do as I do, with do as I do method, the same actions compared the same actions, dog learn a lot faster. And 24 hours later, they remember the action. More dogs remembered the action. And in a different context, in a different room, they tried on the other day, and the dog remembered the action, right? So why is that? The Claudia said it's probably because mental representation, the key word will come later, but mental representation, which is the image of you did the demonstration, is vivid in the dog's head. That is why they can remember longer and they can generalize better. The image is really important. And think about it. If you want to learn how to make California roll, and you watch that on YouTube, how to use seaweed, put the rice and then put ingredients and then roll it up, you have the vivid image in your head. So later when you, at the dinner time, you have all the ingredients on the kitchen counter, and you can remember what you saw on the YouTube, right? So that's the mental representation. You have the vivid image of what you saw. And that goes to the dog, same thing. Yes?
Yeah, so my question would be about the generalization.
Yes.
So if you perform a task with do as I do, from your experience, for example, we do it in this room, how long, or in your experience, how would a dog generalize in different environments? Would you have to still perform the task in different environments, or have you gotten to the level of you do it in one environment and the dog just knows?
It depends on the dog. That's all I can say. It depends on the dog. But as I said, the mental representation works magic. With generalization, from my experience, let me give you this example. My dog knows how to pick up the object and place it on the basket, okay? And sometimes I take my dog to the facility, and once I forgot to bring my basket, so that usual basket, he knows, he's so familiar with the basket. And I borrowed this basket from the facility, and I asked him that pick it up and bring it to the basket. He couldn't get it. He didn't understand what I was saying because the basket's different. So I did the demonstration once, and he was able to do it. So that's one of the way generalization works, the vivid image. He could not remember, or he hesitated to act when he heard the cue, the verbal cue. But he was able to act because I did it once, and it just catched up, right?
Thank you.
Does it make sense? Okay, thank you.
So I actually have a question.
Yes.
Is it easier for a dog to mirror your moves, or it doesn't really matter if you're standing in front of your dog or next to him? So when you're standing in front of your dog and you're, for example, crossing paws, your
paws.
dog is using the other paw.
Oh, that happens too. Yes, that happens too. You know why?
But is it easier if you're standing in front of your dog or next to him? That's what I actually mean.
In regard to cross paws, you cross paw like this, and you coming back here, and that gives the dog a different idea of which which hand moved to where.
So it's not
Confuses him.
necessarily mirroring.
So that's another way. That's another thing that if your dog improves the observation skill, if you become a better demonstrator, you gotta be clear with which part from where here to here is the very important information, and from here to here is not important at all.
Okay.
And you gotta be a very good demonstrator to give a clear image, the mental representation.
Okay, thank you.
Does it answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Okay, it's going to be a Q&A session. But which is good. I love questions.
Tak, tylko ja po polsku chcę.
The question would be in Polish, and I need to ask. Okay, can I? I would like to ask you, at which moment you should put the keywords, the command in the films you saw that you present action and then you say do it. When should you insert the vocal command, the keyword, so that the dog generalizes based on the keyword so that you don't need to demonstrate it every time?
You are so ahead of this presentation. You're talking about the verbal cue, when to put verbal cue, right? So you will learn in like 10 slides ahead. Okay, wait for me. I gotta catch up. You will learn. It's in the protocol, so don't worry. Yes.
About the generalization.
Yes.
Because if you start to learning the process, the phase 1 and phase 2, you add the generalization already, or you just stay in one environment?
Okay. I would say do not rush it.
Yeah.
So if the dog just learned the behavior in one session or 2 sessions, like which one session is about like 3 minutes, and you did the second time and he learned already, then take a little break. Maybe you can do it like next day and generalize.
But you do the generalization already. If you just start to learning, okay.
It's that quick with Do As I Do. It's really, really quick that dog learns new action with Do As I Do. And it's almost magical if you are like a beginner to the Do As I Do, but it's really magically, they learn quickly and they generalize really fast. And I really want you to learn this method, master this method to make your dog's life easier.
Ja jeszcze chciałam dodać.
Okay. I just wanted to add from my own experience that my dog is very active to stimuli. So to teach him a simple trick, I needed calm situation at home. I trained at my own lawn, but when I went to a strange place, different smells, different stimuli, the dog was disoriented. He wouldn't cooperate with me. To try a more difficult trick, I had to make a 2-day break, not to discourage my dog. Just an example from my experience.
Thank you very much. I think you're right. Some dogs need more time, and this is with my cat's case. When I was teaching cat to my previous cat, when I was teaching Do As I Do to my previous cat, my cat started to, she was not in good health condition, and she started to avoid training. So maybe she was not so much into the training mood, but I took like 2 weeks off from Do As I Do. Then she was so into the game. So sometimes Not 2 days, not enough. Maybe 2 weeks. So it depends on the animal you're teaching. 2 weeks, yeah. But taking a long break doesn't make your dog forget about do as I do, or cat forget about do as I do. They will catch up really quickly and they will surprise you. Okay?
For me, sorry, I think we will proceed with the lecture. I will stop questions now.
Okay.
Because
okay. All right. Okay, I don't get any more questions. Okay. But you can ask questions anytime. And should we go for? I mean,
No time to the break.
I'm sorry, later. Do we take any break? I think so. Let's take a 5 minutes. So you guys ready? Okay. So let's start with. It's okay. Advantages. So the first one we went over. A second part is a natural way of learning for both human and dogs. We are living in the same society and we share the same culture and the same society. We live in the same environment. And it is very natural for us to teach our kids using social learning approach, right? When we have baby or like 2-3 years old, we don't use clicker and shape. We usually show we try to become a good role model to our kids. And so they see us and they learn new things. Like when we teach our kids how to use chopsticks, we show them, you hold 2 sticks in one hand like this. And that's how we do. They learn socially and experience at the same time. So the dogs as well. It's both, they learn socially many things. So that's a natural way. We are so good at this, then why don't we use it? And develops responsibility in humans as a model to the dogs. Again, we don't only use associative learning teaching kids, and we try to become a good role model, good parent to our kids, right? So that's the thing that gives the responsibility that we have to be good demonstrator. We have to show the dogs good demonstration. And with associative learning, it's kind of like, if you learn, that's good. But if you do not learn, it's your fault. It's kind of, we keep distance because it's dogs' individual learning. But with social learning, you are the only source of information your dog has. So naturally, you develop your responsibility in dog training. And that's what I love about Do As I Do. My students become so responsible in dog training, and they are aware that how important they are to the learning. And when you start Do As I Do, I think you will sense it. You will feel it. Now, improve dog's observation skill. I said this many, many times already. As you become a better demonstrator, your dog become a better observer, meaning they can generalize to other people too as well. They can generalize how to read other people's action better, interpret better. So another thing is help dogs to gain confidence. This, you will feel it when you start Do As I Do, because with social learning, with associative learning, there are trial and error. That's based on the trial and error concept. And they don't know if the object you are supposed to, they don't know if the object is safe or not unless they act on it, right? Like riding a skateboarding, they don't know till they fall that this moves, right? So with social learning, you kind of give the confidence to their dog because you're the one they look up to you. It's like you're the role model to them, that if you are interacting this object and showing that this is safe object to you act on, your dog will feel confidence, develop confidence. So this is social learning is another benefit that the dog gain confidence to act, try new things, right? And fewer treats needed. This is, I don't know, I guess it's benefit for us, especially for the dog who eats too much. And fewer treats needed because most of the time is for the dog to observe you. And they have to be calm enough to observe, get the information visually, and remember input in their brain, mental representation develop, and execute what they just memorized. So that's fewer treats needed because they are busy thinking, working in their head. And also, you see the social reward, that's a key mark on the very left corner, bottom. Social reward I mentioned. I use tons of social reward. You probably see me going crazy to my dog saying like, oh, you're such a beautiful dog. And I give tons of social reward before I give food reward. As a matter of fact, I did not use food as a reward till he become 6 months old. And the reason is I wanted the social reward to be a strong reinforcer while he was developing during his young age, up to 6 months. So he is very sensitive to I wouldn't say sensitive, he can share the emotion with us, with many people. Like when people are laughing, he's wriggling, just like listening to the laugh, a smile visually. He's a happy dog there. So where there is a happy person, he's a happy dog. So he can share the emotion. And that's, I guess, since puppyhood, you focus on social reward, not too much on the food reward. You can develop and cultivate emotional intelligence in puppy. And I think that's really important if you're raising therapy dogs, because we all know that some dogs are really after food, even in an AAI program. And when there is no food, the dog doesn't interact with the person. That shouldn't go like that, right? We want the dog to share emotion and our dog to be able to read emotion, especially for the situations like AAI programs. Okay? Now, so too bad I don't get any questions. All right, so do as I do has a limitation as well. And limitations, one of the limitations is it gotta be something that you can demonstrate. I want to teach my dog how to wiggle his tail. And we can't do that. We can't demonstrate because we don't have tail, right? So that's the limitation. Only those actions you can do. And 2, must start with foundation phase training. You will go through what's foundation training is, foundation phase training is, and that is the phase it takes most of the time. But it's really important that you spend enough time, the solid foundation training during this phase. And 3rd, dog may have hard time understanding the action due to the physical difference. Again, it depends on the dog. We are 2-legged and our dogs are 4-legged. And we use different body parts to do different actions. So some dogs may not understand what we do. They cannot interpret correctly. But it gets better as you become better demonstrator. So we become better at do as I do together, right? As you have more experience. So that's it for the first part. And from here, I'd like to explain what's the whole process of do as I do training. Questions? Magda, can I take questions? It seems like I have a question.
I'm curious about if anybody used a fake tail to fake tail.
A big tail?
Anybody did this?
No, but you can try. I love to see it. Try and give me the video. Show me the video. See, I would like to know how it goes. And this is something new, and I want you to try because it's totally different from the what we have done before. It's like it's not full luring, it's not shaping. It's something new you can do. Actively send the information to your dog, and you're the only source of information. Hey, use the fake thing. And I think it works. Maybe never done it, but let me know how it goes. Love it. Okay. I cannot stop. Okay, so here's the whole overview of Do As I Do. It starts with foundation phase, and you can skip. This is the very important phase. You teach your dog how to sit and stay, so they can observe your movement. And another thing is 3 actions on verbal cue. That is the most time-consuming things because you have to have the actions solely only on verbal cue, okay? And those are very important, and we will do the foundation test. And if your dog passes the foundation phase test, then you can start Do As I Do protocol. And Do As I Do protocol consists of 3 parts: phase 1, phase 2, and new action. In phase 1, during the phase 1, you teach the imitation role. What do it means. When I say do it, the dog is supposed to copy my action, right? In phase 2, generalization of the phase 1 imitation role. So the dog already know the imitation role, and we use 3 more actions to generalize the role. And finally, you get to teach new actions. And that's the whole purpose. You can teach sequence actions or just any action with objects. Be creative. And this is the time you apply the imitation role to teach new actions. And we have option of doing a basic level exam. It's done by us, official team members, Do As I Do official teams, and you can take online basic level exam or live basic level exam done by Dr. Claudia Fugata. And the 2 action tests, this you will see the video, and as I said before, this proves if your dog knows the imitation, not solely, not the other form of social learning, like stimulus enhancement, goal emulation, and so on. Okay, so I would like to explain why the foundation phase is so important. I get this question from my students too. Why do I have to go through this boring phase, the foundation phase? All I want to learn is Do As I Do. And why do I have to learn phase 1, the foundation phase? It's boring. It is important, and you cannot lack any part of it, because during the phase 1, it goes like this. The first step is you ask your dog to sit and stay, or stand and stay, and you do your demonstration, right? Then come back to the starting position and ask your dog to do it. And right after do it, you give the answer of your demonstration right away. So your dog, let's say at number 2, you did the demonstration of laying down. You're on the floor and come back. Ask your dog, do it. The dog is like, what is she doing? What is doing? I have no idea what it is, right? But then you give the answer down. And if your dog knows what down is, he will be able to lay down and match your demonstration, right? So number 5, if he knows what down is, he will succeed, and you get to reinforce the behavior, right? So that is why you need your dog need to have this solid idea of verbal cue. We do not want to give any visual signs like finger pointing at the object. You're supposed to go spin, like, The visual information is limited to your demonstration. So you do not want to give any other unnecessary information. Stick with the necessary information, which is your demonstration. So your dog will notice that from here to here, that is the most important information that I have to memorize. Okay? This protocol, do as I do protocol, is really sophisticated. I think it's really kind to dogs, because if your dog knows the foundation phase solid, there's no way your dog will fail, because he knows down already, because we give the answer right after, right? Make sense? That is why foundation phase is so important. Okay. Right. So now you know the importance of foundation phase. What do you do? 3 actions on verbal cue. And those have to be imitable by dogs and demonstratable by us. And always start from the same position. You see the picture on the left, the human and the dog facing each other, always on the same distance, and the objects should be placed on human side, right or left, in the same distance, right? And solid, sit and stay, so your dog can observe your action. And switch objects placement and practice, which is generalization. And I'll give you the video later, explain why it is so important to switch placements during this phase. And also generalize practice in different environment. Okay? It could be in the same different room. It could be outside. Now, how to select actions? Very important. Keep it simple. You don't need to make learning difficult for your dog. If you want to teach difficult action, do it with do as I do. It's a lot easier. Don't make learning complicated for your dog. Okay? So simple action and actions using different body parts, various body parts. So sometimes you spin, that's whole body. Sometimes you touch object with hand. Sometimes you pick up your object with your mouth. Maybe lay down on the floor. So it's totally different actions, various actions using different body parts. And the actions must include at least 2 of actions without object and actions with objects. In total 6 actions, because you will need 6 by the phase 2. And I will give examples later. And objects easy to carry. If you are like today, if you are attending workshop with your dog or going for the live exam, you will need to carry the object. So this is pretty heavy, and I'm glad somebody brought this. Okay, so far so good? Oh, yes, I got a question.
I would like to ask you if we use to demonstrate a different dog instead ourselves, would it be a different form of teaching? And would it be as effective?
Thank you very much. And I think many of you have multi-dogs in your household. Then you probably experienced the newer one learn from the other dog. And that happens, yes. But they don't go do it, right? And they learn things that we don't mean to learn too. But they do learn socially from other dogs too. Yes.
Czyli
Hold on a second.
So, when we tell one dog to sit, and so a dog can learn from the other dog jumping onto the couch if we don't want it, but when we want to teach the dog sit, that it won't work. That we tell one dog to sit, and the other one, I tell him, do it. The microphone.
So many devices. I was like, how do you do this? So you're trying to teach two dogs in one training session using Do As I Do? No? Okay. But, okay, dogs learn from other dogs. And, of course, in any training, if you want to teach one dog particular action, then you should concentrate on this dog. And and if you want to teach another dog to jump up on a couch, is that what you said?
I believe the point is, you don't want to teach two dogs at the same time. One dog knows the trick or knows the activity, the other one doesn't know it. So you use the first dog that knows the trick to demonstrate to the new dog, so that can he learn from demonstrating by a trained dog rather than from me?
There is a study done by Ken Ramirez. And he did use dog to learn other dogs' behavior. Yes. And that happens. I mean, you probably experience too. And yes, other dog can teach certain behavior, and we can plan to do so. But why should we, while we can do it ourselves? Why do we have to, first you have to teach this dog to teach this dog, right? Then we can skip up this dog and we do our demonstration on our own. And that's faster, right? And it gives better connection between us and the dog, and a better relationship, I think. Okay, Magda, we're getting many questions now. Okay, so this is the last question for this slide, and maybe we can wrap up later.
Ja mam takie pytanie, bo
I will have a question. We are talking about how to teach a dog do something based on the method. Is it possible to teach a dog with that method not to do something? Like, for instance, do not jump on the couch.
Okay. That's a behavior modification part. If you want your dog not to jump up on the couch, then you reinforce the other behavior, the alternative behavior. And you can do it using Do As I Do, but if there is a reinforcer to jump up on the couch because it is so comfortable than sitting there on the floor, then it's not going to work, because the reinforcer is there to be up on the couch or very cushy, soft surface. Then that's another thing. It's more than Do As I Do, behavior modification. You can have the wonderful bed for your dog on the floor. It's a lot better than couch, and he will go there, right? That makes sense?
dziękuję bardzo.
Much.
These easy with the devices. So foundation phase, that's it for the foundation phase training. No, that's not just the beginning. So example of the actions you can select and keep it simple like this. Many of my students picks down because they already know down and spin, twist, like making turn, which is easy to teach as well. And some dog knows back, walking backwards. That's good too. You can demonstrate. And wave, like raising paw in the air, up in the air. Bye-bye kind of thing. And shake, some people call this action shake, but some dog goes like head shaking a little bit, and that can be used too. So those are the actions. And I know many people use down, spin, back, or down, spin, wave. Go simple. And those example with objects, as I said, use different body parts. So using mouth, you can pick up an object, or use nose to push or touch the object, and use a paw, punching the like a water bottle, knocking down, or two paws to step up on the stool like that. And whole body, you can walk around the cone, or you can walk around the chair, and go to the crate house. Many dogs already knows. Easy to teach. And jump up, jump over the object. If your dog does agility, he already knows. And up on the stool, maybe the full leg already, whole body on the object. Okay? So these are the examples, not to select, these are no-nos. Weave between legs. My dog knows how to go figure 8, weave around the dogs. Well, how are you going to demonstrate, right? You got to walk, crawl between somebody's legs, and that's not practical. And gimme paw. Many dogs can do it, but you have to demonstrate, and somebody has to be there to be, to hold your hand when you demonstrate. And if you are doing this, maybe you can switch the action to the object, touching the object with your hand. That's easier. You don't need a person always. And walk around the trainer, meaning walk around, making turn around you. Again, you cannot demonstrate. And a heel position, my dog know how to gets to the heel position. Again, how are you going to demonstrate, right? And fetch, I get this very often. My dog know how to fetch an object, toy. And again, the fetch is bringing to you. And how are you going to demonstrate? So in that case, simple. All you got to do is just pick up the object and do not deliver to anybody. That's it. So change the fetch to pick up. That's it. So that it's more precise demonstration, as she said before, right? Be precise with what the dog does, and we have to be able to do the precise demonstration. And this is very important at the very beginning of the Do As I Do protocol. So they can interpret the demonstration, your demonstration better. And sit and stand. You can do it, sit position. You're asking your dog to sit and stay at the very beginning, so you can't do sit. And stand. You are demonstrator. As a demonstrator, you're standing already, so the standing barbecue doesn't work either, right? You cannot stand more than this. Okay, so how to teach verbal cues? Maybe I'm just gonna go over very quickly. probably because you know already. And this is the example of using foot lure and target touch. Well, let's say foot lure. First you want to obtain the behavior first. So you want to get the behavior, dog's behavior. Let's say you are teaching your dog to spin. Then first you get the behavior. So you full lure the dog. Your dog will follow the food, right? Or you can even use a target stick or your fingertip if your dog knows the target touch. And get the behavior, and he knows how to walk, move in circle. Then you add the verbal cue. Let's say spin. And when you say spin, then you lure immediately. We usually call it like 0.5 seconds later. Immediately after the verbal cue. Then you, as you proceed, you delay the lure action. 1 second, pause and lure. You spin, you say spin, and longer and lure. And finally, your dog will start to move without the lure. So that's the only thing left is your verbal cue and the behavior. So that's how you put the action on verbal cue. And with foot lure and target touch, you need to fade the foot lure or target touch. That is why I always like capturing because the dog already knows the behavior. I don't have to work on it. And the shaping, it takes too much time, so I don't really do it. I'm a really lazy trainer. I like to do it easy, just like my dogs. That is why I love do as I do. So, once your dog knows the verbal cue of the action, you got to generalize. Don't look at the dog when you give the cue. Like I ask my students to look up the ceiling and say the cue. And if the dog can do it, even you're looking up the ceiling, and if your dog can perform, then that's real, right? You're not giving any cue, any visual hand sign or any head spin or anything. Head turn, I'm sorry. So, and also practice at different places. Do not always do in a training room. Sometimes you want to do it outside. Sometimes you want to do it in a kitchen, you know. So your dog will be more generalized on the action. And finally, this is the last step. Confirm dog's understanding. Make sure your dog really, really knows the verbal cue. How can you do it? It's a foundation phase test. And I think the video is coming up next. This is one of my students. I want you to see this video. The action she chose was down, spin, and box. And this is how one of the foundation phase tests goes. I'm giving her the cues, what to say. You see how straight she's looking front? She's not even looking at the dog. Wonderful. See, she's not giving any hand sign when she said the cue. And it's in a random order. And also another point is how the dog is always sitting on the mat. So that's how they keep the same distance and the same direction.
Down, down.
All right, so that was the perfect session. And that's how solid you have to be on the foundation phase. Okay, this is another example. I think she's 13 or 14, and she's training this dog, and she did very well. I'm giving her what to say, so she doesn't even know if the dog spin. So I'm telling her, yes, she did it. Yes! Right, so the bear. Oh, that's another action people usually pick. She said down. Doesn't know if the dog is performing. Yes. So this is another. I say, great, right? That I can translate. So that's the kind of thing you want to make sure. The kind of test you can try. Have fun doing the test. I want you to enjoy every step of do as I do. And can we? Okay, then I'm going to go over do as I do protocol. So starting with the phase 1. You learned so far the foundation phase is really important, and passing the foundation test is very important because during this phase 1, if your dog doesn't pass the foundation phase, your dog will struggle because even you give the answer, the dog doesn't know what down is, then he will never get the imitation role, right? So it's like this. I go like this. What did I do? What did I do? Anybody guess? Yes, I was touching eyelashes, and actually I was pretending I was doing putting mascara on. So I was going, that's my mascara face. Okay, but if I do this game to my dad, and my dad won't get what my mascara is, even I give the answer. I was putting mascara on, and he go, what mascara? What is mascara? Right? Then he will never learn the imitation role because the answer doesn't work as an answer. He doesn't know the answer, what mascara is, right? That is why when we said the answer, the dog has to go, aha, mascara, right? Right, so phase 1, the tons of words here, but it's very simple. This is how you proceed. You ask your dog to sit stay. You do a demonstration. Come back and ask your dog to say, do it, and barbecue, give the answer. And your dog will be able to perform and succeed because he knows the barbecue. And you can reward. You repeat this randomly with 3 actions. You got to do randomly. And soon your dog will start to notice, when she lay down on the floor, she will sit down. The dog will pick up very quickly. And usually it takes only like 4 or 5 trials max. And when I say 4 or 5 sessions max. And when I say 1 session, it's usually about 6 trials. And 1 trial is the whole thing on the very left side. We do about 6 in 1 session. Okay? And your dog will start to pick up very quickly, and you no longer need verbal cue because he gets it. I mean, she lay down on the floor so that this is down. I know. And she's made spin. So she's going to say spin. And that's the action I know, spin. and start to skip the verbal cue, then the dog knows the imitation role. Upon demonstration, he see your demonstration, and when you say do it, it's his turn to make the same action. Uki?
What if we have a command that releases from the sit? So initially we have the command sit, and then we have the command finish. And now we are introducing the releasing command for do it. So is it a new release from the command, if I do understand you well? Or...
Okay, so you have a release cue from the sit position. All right, but then from the sit position, if you ask your dog to take something, do you always say free or something?
I think I don't mix it.
You don't mention, right? So it's the same thing. Do it means copy, go act, okay. Copy what I just did. Do as what I just did. That's do it cue.
What if the dog is taught that it can be released from an activity after the finish command and is waiting for that command, and initially wouldn't understand that he is released from a command? So should we first say finish, then do it, or just apply do it? I release a dog from previous command by a snack and saying do it without this release command, verbal command.
I hope I'm understanding this correctly, but during the foundation phase, you will practice foundation phase not only from sit position, from the random position, then your dog will move upon the verbal cue, doesn't it? Because even a sit position, you ask down, between down and a release, down, finish, sit, finish, down. Do you do that?
No.
No, right. Thank you. So you don't need the finish cue. The dog will quickly pick up what do it means.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this is how we proceed during the phase 1. And I want you to see this video. This is a very beginning of do as I do phase 1. So this person is giving the answer to each question, each demonstrations. She said house, right? Do it, house. That's a backwards. What I was saying, like when you say back, you are going nodding like this, so do not give the gesture. See, the dog was going down before she said answer, give the answer. Picking up very quickly. Again, this dog was picking up very quickly. Wonderful, wonderful what I'm saying. Okay, so that's how you start teaching do as I do. And here's another example of Kaede, the Rottweiler. This is towards the end of the phase 1. She still gave the answer, the spin. This time she did not need the answer. And she did twice already consecutively. So you cannot do the same action third time. You have to select other action. And many people struggle with this, placing your dog dead straight in front of you. Wrong. This happens often too because she got the correct one last time, last trial. Came and check on me. Same action twice is okay. And usually with object, the dog tend to pick up very quickly. Okay, so she did not need the answer for the lay down, right? See how short this session is? We don't do long sessions. Keep it short. 4 to 6 max, and depends on the dog. Yes.
I just have a question to this video with the Rottweiler, because at the start with the spin, the dog was standing on the standing position, and then he was on the sitting position in the next trial, and it should be the same position at the start all the time, because the position also could be like a cue what the dog will be doing, because from standing position, when dog is in the standing position, I understand that the spin is more easier to do. When he's in a sitting position, he needs to stand and do the spin.
Yes, you always have to start with the same position. If you decided to select the starting position with sit, stick with it.
Yeah, okay. So you couldn't reward for this at the beginning, because at the beginning of this video, he's in a standing position. He's not in the sitting position, if I could see.
I think it's same position, and I'm trying to...
He's from the standing right now.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I missed it.
But it's okay if you reward something like this.
I missed it. But the dog has to be in a sitting position all the time. Thank you very much.
But my question is only if it's okay to reward him if he was, because it was our mistake, that we don't put him in the sitting position, okay?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
But thank you very much. I didn't notice at all. See, you should be teaching. Oh, okay. And these are the rules. Very important. Do not give any gestures like head tilt, like finger pointing. And do not repeat same action more than twice in a row. Or dog may associate the do it as a particular action. So do not continue twice, more than twice, no third time. And do not change the starting position as like before, like the video. That's a no video. Like stick with the one starting position, okay? Hey. But change the setup next training day, meaning you want to switch the object place, or you want to do it in a different room or different direction in a different day. I'll show you the video later about this. Place all the objects before you start the session. This is important too. Because if you touch the object during the training session, your dog will pay attention to whatever you touched. Remember, stimulus enhancement? And even you do different action, your dog will likely to move to the object you just moved. So do not give any extra information. Only give important information, which is your demonstration. And perform 3 behaviors in random order, meaning not always spin, down, touch, spin, down, touch, spin, down, touch, and dog will learn what's next, right? So I'll show you this video. This was taken while we were at the Shanghai, the workshop. And this dog attended this seminar, and this was during the phase 1. And the reason I say switch the object placement right and left during the foundation phase is so important because of this happening.
You can give
it's
one.
called spatial bias.
You can give one. You can give one.
So just the beginning of phase 1. Demonstration. Came back. Answer.
This is the problem with the position
the
of
dog
the object.
is spinning in a totally different place, right? Did you see what I just saw? What happened? He is making turn in a totally empty space. Why is it happening? This is called spatial bias. I asked this person, where did you place cone when she was practicing phase 1? And she said, always on her right side. That is why when even the cone was moved to the left side, in dog's head, he was supposed to make turn on the right, even the object is not there. So that's how important the spatial information is for dogs. And there's a study about it using Do As I Do. And with the Dr. Claudia Fugazza, she did the study about the memory and the spatial bias. And it is proven. The dog remembered. The study was like this. This person did the demonstration and did not say do it to the dog and went back to the back of the room and came back a minute later and asked his dog to do it. And then he moved the action. He did the action in the original place. But during the when they are going back to this back of the room, the researcher moved the object. And it's there. It's in the same room. The object is in the same room and dog sees that, but still he makes the action in the empty space. So that's spatial bias. It happens. That is why you want to switch objects place, session to session. Is it clear? Okay. And this is very cute Pomeranian named Koo, and she's one of our certified trainers' dog, and they'll show you what's common mistakes in Do As I Do training. Mistakes can you spot? Did you see that? Did you notice that? Okay. So were you able to identify the mistakes? keep your hands free. Do not hold a cup. Don't gesture. Do not point with your head. Always go back to the same starting position. And she moved again. See? No pointing with the head. So how it should be done? See, no gesture. Okay, so that's how it should be done. And you were able to identify, yes.
W kontekście błędów, ja
have a question in the context of mistakes. We do not use any marker of stating that the dog did something good, for example, a clicker. And so can we combine this method with a clicker, or is it a mistake in the context of this method? Or do you admit that?
Well, I don't usually recommend using a clicker because one reason is you will probably see many videos of me going crazy, like, applauding dog using social reward. And social reward and after social reward, food reward is natural, I think, along with the social learning method. Does it make sense? Okay. Mm-hmm. And with a clicker, you're just a dispenser. It's like you give the clear marker, right? Marker, you can give with the social reward. I mean, yes or good or anything. And using the clicker, you are holding a clicker in your head. And the first thing is, do not have anything in your hand because it has to be. You might use your left hand to do the demonstration because the object is on the right or left. You want to keep your hands free. And you do not want to hold the clicker. That's another thing.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure, make sense? Yes. Okay, so
I have one short question because we use here sit and stay. Yes.
Yes.
But stay has other meaning. For example, stay. I go somewhere. Stay. Keep.
Oh, okay.
Be. And is it okay if I use, for example, I don't know, something to just point the dog on me? I don't know, sit and watch or something, because I am afraid that my dog can then expect after stay, keep, do it, not another thing that I learned earlier.
Okay, I understand. Some people use watch cue, like sit, stay, watch, like watch, and do that demonstration, come back, do it. Some people do it, but I don't see it's necessary, because once you start doing the new actions, like in front of your dog, like lay down on the floor and come back, your dog pay attention naturally. And
because on the first film, it was the girl said sit, and one time it was stay, like watch me, and it was finger, and then another was sit and stay. It wasn't similar, but there are two different comments for me.
Okay, then that's fine. You can stick with the watch, sit, watch.
Something different.
Yeah, it's up to you. As long as your dog able to sit and stay. I mean,
the dogs, they
can wait.
But they understand that if I have, for example, sit and stay, do they have problems in normal life when I use stay, if I'm out of the shop, stay, and they are waiting, do it.
I never had problem with that because
Thank you.
dogs learn with the situation. And when we do as I do sessions, it's usually some objects there, and we are concentrating on like together. And of course, you can say watch and stuff when you do as I do. Be flexible. But I never had the trouble making him sit and wait while I'm eating. He's not going to copy me. And as long as there is no do it cue, he cannot copy because do it cue is the one elicit the behavior. That's the go cue, right? Release cue in a way. All right. Okay. Yes.
Jeszcze mam takie pytanie, ponieważ...
Would have one more question. In the film, we could see two different actions. When the action is done for the dog to complete, do we pay attention to the dog, whether he is observing us or not? In one film, we could see we didn't pay any attention to that, expecting the dog to repeat. In the other one, when we saw the girl getting into the cot, it was looking at the dog as if exerting pressure. Look, that's what it's all about. It's like another hint. Should we look at the dog if the dog is observing us and understanding what is happening, or should we simply do our job and expect the dog to repeat?
Very good question. Thank you very much. Yes, we have to make sure the dog is watching. That's for sure. Because if the dog is not watching, what's the point of us doing demonstration, right? So you're right. When the lady went into the cot, she turned to the dog to check if the dog is watching. And we usually use this technique during the very beginning of the demonstration, the beginning of the phase, and also new actions to make sure the dog is watching. Like going to the cot, are you watching? My feet are in the cot, are you watching? And come back like nothing happened. So that's the technique we use, and I'll explain later in the video as we proceed, okay? Very nice question. Minutes? 5? Okay. All right. So this is the final part. Almost at the end. This dog makes one mistake, I think, but almost clear with the phase 1. And actually, this video was taken during the workshop in Japan, and they attended. And they passed the exam very next day. So that's how quickly they learned. The dog learned. See, no verbal cue at all at this point. So far, so good. Perfect. I'm going to ask her 3 more actions. Same thing in random order. She made mistake, right? So just do it over. And this time she gave answer, right? So that's how you keep your dog not making the same mistake over and over. You can give the answer during the phase 1. Yep, beautiful. She needed spin. She said the spin cue, but it was too late. The dog lay down, so do it over. That's perfect, right? So that's another important thing. When we say the answer, but the dog made the mistake already, don't wait till he gives you the correct answer, correct movement, because if you do so, he will learn a sequence action. Lay down first and then spin. Oh, that's it. So we do not want to associate two actions. Okay. Okay, so maybe we should take a break after this. Okay, after this. When your dog is able to copy your action correctly, have to do it without verbal cue. 6 out of 6, 3 actions twice randomly, then you're ready to move on to phase 2. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have 2 dogs today, maybe 3. And she's not back yet. Okay. So should we start with Teffy? Teferi? So all the dogs are very calm. As you see, they were here all this morning and able to foundation phase. To start with the foundation. So they are very calm, and maybe we should close the door, is it? So don't go away, run away. So they are very calm, but we don't want to push them. So let's be very quiet so they can concentrate to their owners. Magda, do we have like something we can write on the board, like whiteboard maybe here? Okay, so this is Anna, and Teferi, and they've been working. Okay, that's fine. They've been working. Okay, okay, warming up. The 3 actions they chose for phase 1. Phase 1 is spin and down and jump up on the box. That one. So this is the verbal cue phase, the foundation phase. And a generalization, in a term of generalization, this is a really good testing place. The dog have to be really reliable to be able to perform in the environment like this. As you agree? Okay. Ready? All right. Then I'm going to, can you do the actions in order of spin, box, and down? Okay, can everybody see? Okay, okay, yes. How about this? So she was okay. She was able to perform 3 actions on verbal cue, and maybe this time you can face the audiences and the dog in front of you, and let's move the stool. Oh, it's heavy. Can you hear without the microphone? Oh, sorry. Okay. It's okay. Just as is. And this time, I want you to look up the ceiling and say it. Jump up on the stool, then lay down and spin in the order. Woohoo! Nice. Let's do down first. Down first. Down. Nice. Perfect. See, so she passed the foundation phase test. Yay! Yay, Debbie! Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You guys have everything. Yay. So that's how perfectly the dog has to know the each cue, right? And I think we have one more dog. Okay. And don't feel pressure. I know you're gonna get nervous because of the dog. Right? So let's do not give any distraction. We want them to focus on what they have to do. Okay. So may I have the dog's name? Zaba. Jaba. Okay. And actions are? Down. Pats. Okay. It's okay. I would say down. Left.
Left and maybe kennel.
Oh, the house? Okay. Spin. Okay.
I'll take an object.
All right. Okay, so I want you to do in that order. Look at, okay. Do you want to look at the ceiling now? Okay. If you're ready, okay. Hey, nice. Also, that's left. Okay. Can you do left again? Good. Then house. talk like tea. Okay. All right. This time, I want you to change position, just like Anna did, facing the audience, and have the candle on your left this time. So that's generalization, right? Change the position, switch the object's position. And I want you guys to look at her. Do not pay much attention to dog. That's what we always do to check if the person is not giving any cue, verbal, signals. Thank you. No, face that way. Yes, it's okay. I hope he doesn't fall. She doesn't fall. Okay. Look at ceiling. And I'm gonna. Okay, how about spin first? Good. Candle. Did she move? She's okay, right? Okay. I think the food is. And finally down. Okay. She was looking that way. Okay, perfect. Very good. Pass. Foundation. So that's the foundation phase test I usually do. Look at the ceiling. Do not look into dog's eyes because we are so kind. We are so thoughtful about our dogs and we want to help so much that unconsciously we go spin or down. It's like unconscious help. So we are just, so kind to our dogs. Very nice job. Thank you very much for both dogs. So that is the level your dog have to be to pass the foundation test. Do you have any questions so far? Any suggestions? And I think the actions they chose were perfect, easy, simple, easy to demonstrate, right? If you pick difficult demonstrate actions, you have to demonstrate exactly the dog does, and also it takes time to complete the demonstration. And longer the demonstration time is, your dog will get bored, stop moving. So let's have the short, simple demonstration so they can concentrate, okay? And I think 2 actions and 1 object for phase 1 is good. Some people select 2 object-related actions, but I usually recommend 2 actions only and 1 object-related. The reason is, during the phase 1, we can give answers to the dogs. And with object-related actions, there's always help of stimulus enhancement. Remember? Keyword, stimulus enhancement. What was that? They learn about the object, right? So stimulus enhancement and local enhancement, they learn about the location, right? So it's always help of stimulus enhancement and local enhancement with object-related actions. With action only, like lay down and spin, there's no objects. So the dog have to watch your action and demonstrate. There's no help of stimulus enhancement, local enhancement. That is why first step of learning the imitation role, we can give answers. So we want to have the difficult 2 actions for the phase 1. And some people use 3 actions with an object for phase 1, but I really don't recommend it because when they move to phase 2, all of a sudden there are 3 objects included. They get confused usually. So let's keep it simple. Let's make the easiest way for your dog to learn. I think 2 action and 1 object related is the best choice. Okay, so now, tiff again. they are ready to proceed to phase 1. Oh, never mind. So tip was spin to the left. Spin to the left means left. Your dog turns to okay. This is the thing confusing. We want to perform in mirror image to your dog. So if you teach your dog to go counterclockwise, okay, then you have to go counterclockwise, just like a mirror. And this kind of thing is very important. Tiny things, which hand to use in a mirror image, which way to turn in a mirror image, is later it will make a huge difference in dogs' understanding of your action. Like crossing paws. Right hand move to left, or left hand move to right. You want to start in a precise way, matching parts of the direction in a mirror image. Okay, so let's start the do as I do phase 1. And since they are now doing the new phase, they're ready to do a new actions with do as I do. They mastered the do as I do already. But this is the perfect version of phase 1. Okay. Demonstration. Good. So think of this as a very end of the phase 1. Good. It's okay, she's doing good, fine. Okay, perfect. See the mirror image? Okay, now I want you to do in other order. Spin, step, and down. Good, good. Found something? Distracted. Good. Something's on the floor. Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Very nice. So that was the perfect session, right? So no problem moving on to phase 2. Thank you very much. Well, I want you to think this as a standard. I mean, this is the passing line, moving on to the phase 2. It was a perfect session. And if I can, I will place our tape. Do you have tape? Okay, great. Yes. It doesn't damage the floor.
Sorry, I have one question.
Yes.
So during the exam, if the dog moves before the do it cue, does it count as passed or does it count as you need to repeat it?
That's a good question. If she doesn't say do, if the dog moves before she said do it, then she can say do it again.
Okay, because for example, in this case, not to pick the mistakes, but she literally, I mean, the dog moved literally like milliseconds, like as soon as she heard the D word.
Yes.
So would that be okay?
At this moment, I would say okay, but she should practice a little bit of anticipation problem.
Okay.
Because they've been doing this for a long time, and the dog knows
Yeah.
what to do exactly.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to know what the level is of passing the phase exam. That's it.
For the phase one, I would say ready to move on to phase two.
Okay.
I don't want you to keep on doing this. Sorry. Okay. I don't want you to do stay anticipation control practice too much because the dogs start to not to move. They learn not to move. And what I want you to do is just keep them teaching till they learn to do as I do rule and master it. And if you decide to take the exam, basic level exam, somebody else will do the exam for you. That you have to teach the solid sit and stay and do not move before do it cue.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll show you. Yes. Yeah, I think
and
so
old
too.
people, so
he's working, facing
wants to do
adults.
it as fast as he can.
Yeah, but that's another sign the dog knows so well that he doesn't have to wait for your cue. He knows what to do. Yeah. And my dog doesn't wait either. I know. So I'm going to place 2 tapes. Sorry. I'm going to place 2 tapes on the floor, one for your dog and one for your... I thought you were going to tape it for me. It doesn't work. Okay. This is not going to bother. Okay. I hope he doesn't fall. Wait. She has back. Walking back. No. Does any...
Wykorzystując przerwę techniczną, drobną, mam Wykorzystując na podest, przyjmował... Okej. Pytanie techniczne. Pies...
Question. When the dog jumps onto the pedestal here, he did it okay, but he took different positions on the pedestal. Is it a mistake or is it just the criterion taken by the guide?
Good question. They usually look at you. They will jump up on the stool and they usually look at you for your approval. So I would say that's okay. As long as their body is on the stool and the whole body is on the stool. If they are placing just 2 paws, that's wrong because we didn't do it. Clear? So, Magda's busy now. Can I have Zaba? Jabba. Ooh, Jabba. Drug? Frog. A frog, okay, the drug. Yes, thank you very much. So Java, have you done do as I do phase 1?
Yeah, but you take an object or kind of?
Let's use house first. And you can place it. Okay. And this is another thing I want to tell you. Oh, never mind. Let's place it on your side. Yeah. Let's make it easy for your dog to go in. Okay. Going. Okay, let's go. Okay. It's okay. Over there. It's okay. If it's too way back, you can change the location of the tape. Is it too far? It's okay. Is it usually like this far? So maybe like 1 meter. Okay. Perfect. Beautiful. And you gotta stand on the blue line too, and keep it that way. Do not change the position. Depends on the action. It's like, okay. Father? Okay, but he's gonna fall. Okay, then you wanna try out like this distance, or you wanna go walk, take more distance? It's okay. All right, let's. Okay. What I want you to know is that object should be on your right side or left side, not in between the dog. So the dog will be able to see the object easily. Okay, then let's start with spin. Oh, okay. Yes, demonstration. You know what? I'm sorry. Can anybody hold Zaba somewhere? Food. No leash is okay. Oh, it's okay. No leash. Good. All right. The reason is I want you to show me your demonstration. Your demonstration is really important. So I recommend without dog. Yes. Because you are the. Yes, you're doing great. Now, let's practice. You stand here. You ask your dog to sit and stay, right? Then spin. Your dog spins to which way? Left. This way. Then your demonstration should be right. Okay. Is that how you go like this? Okay. It doesn't matter. And I don't know how your dog will spin, but be like that. So pretend like how your dog spins. If he's quick, and you should do quick. Okay. And some dogs spin slow, then you go slow. Okay?
It's my fault because I do it slowly, but my dog is so I was faster.
I guess you can spin faster, but he moves probably really fast before do it. He picks up really quick, I think. Then sometimes it's better for you to move slowly. So.
Another dog because I trained two dogs, and the other is Dalmatian, so she do everything slowly.
Okay, so you gotta change your demonstration. Depends on the dog, but it's really good for you to become a really good demonstrator, right? Because you have two different dogs, right? Okay. No. Yes. Oh, okay. I'll hold two. Hey, I get 2 mics. True, sorry. Okay, then let's do down. Sit, stay. What? I know that. I know what putz is. Sit, stay. Go down. Come back. Good. Very nice. Let's do spin again. Okay, do it left. Okay, let's make it clear. Do it left.
One more time?
Yes.
Do it left.
Okay. He's ready to move. Okay, now house demonstration. No, it's I don't want you to like crash into the booth.
Do it do klatki.
Very nice. Okay. So those are the demonstration, and that you know now is how important it is, because those are the movements the dog will see and learn and reproduce. And as you get better, you'll be able to show from here, stay from here to here is the most important information. From coming back from the house is not important. Going in is important, right? Okay, are you ready? Are you ready to have your dog? I want to see. Okay. That was ready. Do you want to remove the card? So, okay. And use food as you need, okay? Okay, let's do down demonstration. Okay, very nice. He probably didn't need your cue, barbecue. We'll see. Next, let's do kennel. Oh, okay.
Do it do klatki.
Okay, okay. Praise because he did it, but no food. Guide him. We do the same again. Have him straight, and those are very important rule. I'm sorry.
Do it do klatki.
Very nice. Okay. I cannot see her from the very front because I'm not standing there. So you guys gotta notice if she moves a little bit, let me know, okay? You're the witness. Okay. So last one is spin. It's okay. You can guide her with food. Okay. Wait, let's do it again. Okay. All right. This happens often. Okay. Now you can say just left with verbal cue. No, before that, let's do down first. Demonstration down. Okay. You didn't need to say the cue. All right. She was able to do it. Now, verbal cue, spin. Left, without demonstration. Just left. Good. have her straight. If she's facing that way a little bit, even a little bit, she'll go to the house. I hope she doesn't fall. Okay. Demonstration, left. Perfect. Okay, break. Okay, so it was wonderful, wonderful, very nice. You want to take a little break? Okay. Okay. So, yeah, it's okay. You can leave it here because I want her to continue one more session. You could take a rest here. It's okay. It's okay. That thing moves, huh? Okay, so you saw what happened? The dog is supposed to spin to the left. So as soon as she turned this way, he rushed to this, right? This house, kennel. So that happens when the the direction of spin is towards that way. You have to demonstrate this way, right? And this gives the message of going there sometimes. That is why you want to go like this and say, do it. Right after do it, you give the answer right away. Or make it easier for the dog, have the house on the other side. So even you face this way, he will likely to go to the house. So that's a good tip. Okay, but you want to stick with either one. If you are doing the left, you should stick with the left. And if you decide to pick right, then it's the same thing. If the location of the cage is important.
So in the case, if the behavior continues to, let's say the dog keeps going to the house, even after, changing the position of the house or whatever, and the dog still continues to do so, do you take a break or discontinue the session? Like, what is the best solution in that case?
I always have them succeed at last. So down was perfect, right? So have it down and change the location. Have him take a break and change the location. And I think, as she said, she usually practice with a longer distance with the dog. So maybe change the location a little bit, have the distance.
Yeah, but my question was, what if any of the tips and tricks that you do to make the dog succeed and he still does not succeed? Because I've had that with my dog before, where I was trying to explain to him something in many different matters, and I was changing, the environment, locations, and he was still so focused on doing this one thing that he's supposed to not do.
Okay, some dogs are like that, and in that case, just do one. You don't need to do 6 actions. 3 actions in a whole session. Just pick one, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Is it okay? Yes. You're busy now. You have to go up and down over there.
How is it if the dog follows us, copies our behavior, he wouldn't return to original position after the command is completed?
In that case, you got to work on the foundation phase. Foundation phase includes sit and stay and do not move while we are doing the demonstration, right? Oh, okay. Okay.
The question was about why the dog is not coming back to the position while the demonstrator does it.
Anticipation problem? Okay, show me. Yes. It was perfect, I think.
She goes there, she comes back. The dog scowls there, but doesn't come back. Stays there.
Ah.
Doesn't follow the full routine of the trainer.
Okay.
So that's the point.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Well, it's okay. Feed him here, guide him in, sit, stay, food. Is that the question? What did it answer?
Można
Okay.
Nawet nie chodzi o to, czemu nie oczekujemy.
The point is that we do not expect it, but why the dog hasn't learned to copy full activity, it sort of stops at one moment. He doesn't complete the full cycle with it.
Okay. It's because we are starting with the foundation phase. During the foundation phase, what is the definition of step? Means dog goes here, up on the step, right? That's it. The step doesn't include coming back here, right? So during the phase 1, we use their knowledge of the action of the verbal cue. Come back and ask, do it, step. That means he's supposed to go there, right?
A jeśli będziemy uczyć...
If we teach the dog of a new command he hasn't learned during the first stage, is there a risk the dog will copy full action, including the coming back to the original position, or will the dog know we do not expect him to complete the full action, to stop at the one particular moment?
With the new action, if you're teaching new action, and let's say the dog doesn't know the step, and he knows do as I do already, okay, then I think still he comes up, he comes down, he jump up and come back.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that happens very often because where you reward is he expects the reward, right? When we say like good, and then he will be rewarded, so he likely to come back to you. That's one reason. Is it? And also, I go here and then come back and do it. Again, as I think as you said, he saw the whole action of going up and coming down. So maybe he copied it.
I to nie jest błąd. W każdej nauce... To nie jest błąd. W każdej...
It's not an error. It's okay. It's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's not an error.
Because we showed it. I mean, we went up and came back and asked him to do it, and he did the exact thing. And that's, I wouldn't say it's a mistake at all. Then, this is a new action we're teaching, and we can do closer, come back, do it, he will go up. And okay, later I'll show you the videos and you will get the point. But he will learn jumping up is the action we want. Then we can start rewarding here as soon as he starts doing the action here. Makes sense? It's not really confusing for the dog. It's really easy to teach. I never had a problem with doing whole action, copying my whole action with the dog, any dogs. Yes. I know. So everybody wants to talk. Yeah, everybody should have mic.
I just think that we also do a different, we are the different for our dog when we do the demonstration that we want the dog to actually imitate. And when we go back, is like more, we not focus on our dog so much when we go back. So the dog is starting to understand when we doing the demo and when we just go back. And he's starting to understand this, that the go back is just a normal behavior for him,
Right.
I think.
So I want you to see my demonstration. Let's say my dog knows do as I do already, and this is a new action I'm teaching to step on the chair, okay? See, I was focused on my demonstration, moving towards climbing up. Look at my dog. Do you see my feet are on this step? Then come back like nothing happened. Do it. If you pay attention to what you do, from here to here is the most important information, and coming back from here to here is not the information, necessary information, and you gotta show it with your demonstration. And the dog will pick up very quickly. Get it? Is it okay? Okay? All right. And it looks difficult, but I want you to have fun, because if you become a good demonstrator, your dog's gonna pick up very quickly. So it all depends on your demonstration and environmental setup, like where to put objects, right? And how much distance you should keep so that it's in a dog's normal visual field. And I will explain about the normal visual field later in the slides. So Teffy did the perfect session, and Jabba is here. I forgot about you. She was so calm. She was so quiet. Shall we do one more session? Sorry. And make sure to make the learning easy for your dog. Do not place any unnecessary objects in a training area. Okay? No, you gotta. Yeah. Let's do. What's a mistake? Left was the mistake, right? Okay. So let's do left first. And I think you're too close to the object. The dog is too close to the house, and it's going to make easier for the dog to make mistake. So let's place the tape. Jabba. Like here? Okay. It's not even straight. Is it? I don't want her to fall. No, it's okay. It's not okay. I'm not gonna let her fall. Okay. So stand in a position. So you guys watch her, not giving dog any gesture. And just let's start with left verbal cue. Only verbal cue. Good. Let's do as I do session. Left. Good. Okay, so let's do one more time. You didn't do demonstration of left first time. So this time you do demonstration and do not say the verbal cue, just say do it. Great. Oh, see? Beautiful. Okay, so now let's do down. Demonstration. Hold the cue, do not say cue. Yay! Wonderful. It's okay. Okay, the final one, house. Demonstration. I don't think you need cue. Hold the cue. Demonstration, yes. Without cue. Okay. This time you say cue. You probably didn't have to say it, right? The cue. Very nice. Break. All right. So you see how quickly the dog is learning? All you gotta do is environmental setup and the demonstration. Change. I think I want you to try one more time. If she's not tired, does she need break? I mean, oh, okay. Let's take a break a little bit. Let's take a break a little bit. Sorry. So far, so good. Any questions at this moment? All right. So, what's the improvement we made in the demonstration? Is speed and also the location of the object. So next session, I want her to start with house. And before that, we start the house. Let's do one trial of reminding the action of house. So you go, I can't say it, the house, kennel, just verbal cue. Then start the demonstration. Ready? Okay. Verbal cue first. Verbal cue of house first, then demonstration of house. Okay. Did she move at all? Okay. And make sure the dog is facing you straight, not facing towards the house. You can use food. You can use food to guide. Demonstration, no cue. Good. Very nice. All right. Then we'll do down. You know what? Okay. She wants to go that way so much, so we do other way, a spin. Demonstration, do it, and I think wait till she make decision, and if she tried to run for the kennel, then say spin quickly. Okay. Let's do the same. You give the answer. Yes, perfect. Great. Now finish it with down. No answer. Perfect. Very nice. Okay, break. Okay. Thank you very much. So that's how you proceed. Good? And don't overdo it. And once, if you think your dog is confused, always help with the answer. The barbecue always helps because the dog knows the foundation phase perfectly and it knows the barbecue perfectly, right? Yes. Wait.
Isn't it confusing for a dog that she's not really going into a kennel like fully? And that's why the dog is simply laying down instead of going into the kennel.
That's a very good question. Some dogs get confused because we kneel down to move into
exactly.
house. And if he get confused, you can always help with the barbecue answer, right? Before he lay down. But that's typical two mistakes. One lay down and one going into the house. That way, you can change the demonstration. Like looking, like there's a house, you can kind of look into the
Instead
house.
of laying
Yes.
down. Okay.
If you kneel down, that looks like a down position.
That makes sense.
Very good question. And you will find that kind of things, like so many things when you start demonstrating. Yes, thank you. Love questions.
Okay, so I have a question about speed of presentation, and does it make effect about how quickly dog will do it, and also about the duration of time.
Direction?
Duration.
Duration. Okay. How soon the dog will learn? It's a question.
No, if you demonstrate quicker, does the dog will
confuse? Like a spin?
I wrote down this.
It's okay.
Does the speed of presentation of behavior make impact to the speed of the dog action? I will show dog action quicker. Does the dog move quicker also?
Oh, yes. In a way, in a phase one, during the phase one, in a way, we are copying the dog's action to match their mental representation of us moving action and to match their action. So if the dog is going like spin, right? Then we usually go like this. If we go slow like this, it's kind of difficult for the dog to imagine what is that slow movement, right? So we kind of match the dog's action.
Okay, thank you.
Very good question. During the phase one. But at the end, when we do new actions, we are more flexible. But still, in a way, the dog can understand what the movement is. We try to. I still try to make it like how I imagine my dog is doing in a speed wise, everything. Good question. Thank you very much. Right? Then, break. Okay, let's take 5 minutes break and 10 to, okay, sure. 10 minutes. 10 minutes break. Then we'll get back to phase 2 lecture. New action. So are we ready to start phase 2 lecture? So we learned foundation phase, and we did phase 1, and we actually saw dogs working on phase 1, right? And Teferi showed us the perfect session of phase 1, right? Now, Teferi is ready to move on to phase 2, and Java is almost ready to move on to phase 2, right? Let's go for phase 2, which is a generalization phase of imitation rule. And we use 6 actions for the generalization phase, meaning 3 actions from phase 1 plus new 3 actions they already know, right? So it's like this. This is the thing I was talking about. You see the drawing, I did that. I'm a good drawer, I think. And you see the dog's vision field. Why is the visual field important? And the location of the objects should be considered. It's like this. We have wide vision, binocular vision. It's a 3D vision, right? And dogs have narrower 3D vision. And when we are facing each other, they can see us clearly, right? And objects next to us, in this picture, the purple square and red circle are the objects dogs can see clearly, right? And if you have object-related action for phase 2, maybe like 1 or 2, you will need to place in the extra places, like a star mark and triangle mark, right? So I recommend you to place new objects for phase 2 to be right by human. So in this picture, where the red circle is and where the purple square is. The reason is, it's a new object the dog is going to work on during the phase 2. The placement should be in an easy place to look at, so they don't have to turn their head to see objects at the triangle or star. So in Tef's case, Teferi used the box, right? The box, and I don't know, Teferi is on it. What's the action for phase 2 you chose? Back, walking back. Pick up object. Pick up object. Knock water bottle. With hand, with paw?
With nose.
Huh? With nose, okay. So Teferi has 3 more actions for phase 2. The new objects are toy, pick up a toy, and water bottle to knock it down with nose. So during the phase 2, those 2, water bottle and toy, should go to red circle and purple square because it's easier for the dog to recognize. If you place it on a triangle or star, when you go to demonstrate to the yellow circle, the dog will follow you and look at you to the side, right? Then when you come back in front of the dog, he has to turn to you, wait for the do it cue. Then when you say do it, he has to remember, it's out of his vision already. He has to remember which object and what action you are doing. So it's going to be difficult for the dog to remember triangle position and star position. That is why you want to place the object you use in phase 1 to circle to square, because you've been practicing during the phase 1. He knows the action already, right? Make clear? That's very important. We want to make the learning easy for the dog. We don't need to make things complicated. So setup is very important, environmental setup. Okay? Right. But at the end of phase 2, you want to generalize. So you see the objects are everywhere. Sometimes you want to place the objects on back of the human or back of behind the dog, or some places like diagonal places. And it will be very difficult for the dog to recognize because it will be out of sight for the dog. But as this is a very important generalization practice. And before you move on to next phase of teaching new action, I want you to practice like this. And Teferi is gonna show us later, right? Okay. So far, so good? Okay. So the rules are same. Important rules. Do not give any cue. Head tilting, pointing, right? Do not repeat same action more than twice in a row, right? And the reason we keep it not more than twice is if we just do it once, one action only, that's not, the dog's gonna figure out the previous actions not gonna be included in the next session. That is why we want to make it randomness. It could be 2 consecutive same actions, but not 3, to eliminate the possibility of associating do it to particular actions. Okay, so do not move the position of the dog during the session. I see some people here's a new object next to you, and start from very close to the object and do it. So don't do that. And do not move the object during the session because it's going to confuse the dog. You touch the object, then there is a stimulus enhancement. But change setups next training day means generalize the setup as well. Do not always put the same objects on the same spot. Place all the objects before you start your session. This is very important too. Once I was teaching my student online, and they were doing very good. It was Pug, and he was super Pug. He was going for a new action. He mastered the do as I do, and we were trying to teach new action of walking around the cone. And I always ask my student to demonstrate without dog, so they can think of how to present action. And the dog, I usually ask the owner to place dog somewhere else so they're gonna be watching us working on the object. So the owner placed the dog in a cage but did not close the cage lid. And we start practicing. I ask him to walk around, so kind of like how fast to move towards the back of the object and come back like nothing happened. He was practicing so many times with a cone. And all the practice, dog was watching. Right? So he was watching from the cage like this. So when the session's ready, we let the dog out, and let's do like this. Since this is a very new action, to remind him, let's start with down, because he is so good at down. And so the owner did the down demonstration, do it, and he walk around the cone, which he never showed during the demonstration phase, right? He was just practicing, and the dog was watching, and he mastered it, he learned it, right? So that happens, and we cannot reward for that because we did not do the demonstration of walking around the cone. He laid down and came back and do it. So we cannot, we made him fail. That was a bad session. And that happens, okay? So another thing is perform 6 behaviors in random order. And when it says 6 behaviors, you don't need to include all 6 in one session. There will be some actions the dog's not really good at. And concentrate on that. But place all the objects in the environment and work on the action that he is not really good at. But the rule is, do not repeat the same action more than twice in a row. Okay? So far, so good? Okay, great. You guys are super. All right, so this is me, and my sister is Great Dane, and it was taken like 2017 or 18. And I'm making many mistakes, and I want you to find out all the mistakes. Okay? Ready? Stay. Do it. Good. Was it good? Stay. Stay. Do it. Yes, good. 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 Stay. 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 Do it. Okay. Good. Good. Hey, this happens, That was a bell hanging. Good. Good. Stay. Stay. Do it. Good. 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 Stay. Do it. Yes, good. Okay. So, anybody found any mistakes? I know there are tons of mistakes. Oh, I'm sorry? I moved too fast? Okay, the dog is really slow. Oh, okay.
It seems to me that at the first time the dog was sitting, later on the starting position was standing, and the second thing, returning to the position. The dog frequently turned over, so he learned to turn over before he took the position, the starting position.
So the starting position was not stable, which is correct. And I am, okay, this dog is really long. And you saw me struggling placing the dog in front of me straight, because this dog was so long that sometimes his tail was moving, facing that way, and it was really difficult for me. And that's one thing, yes. And I told her to stand, stay, yes, and to start with. But the most problem I faced was placing her dead straight in front of me in the same distance. And I see many of you struggle with having your dog in front of you, sitting straight as well. And I guess I could just use food to guide him in. Just use the food lure to guide her in. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
When I have a dog who has very short paws, but is long, but it is difficult for him to sit straight, can it sit on one side if it's more convenient for the dog?
No. As long as you keep that position always same, right? Sometimes this, sometimes this, sometimes this. It's not. It's always have to be same position.
When it sits in the same position but on a different side, because it's too tiring for my dog to sit all the time on the same side. Does it matter?
Yes, because when the dog is, let's say, if he's sitting like this, his body is naturally moving towards this, right? And if there's an object that way, he will likely to move towards that object because it's in his 3D normal vision. He's looking at it, so I'm ready to move. Right? That is why this is phase 2, but during the phase 1 as well, during the any do as I do phase, you want to make everything same, every situation same. Only difference is your demonstration. You keep it that way, and your dog will notice, your information is the key. That's the only information they have to pay attention to. That is why do not change anything else. Everything is same. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Wouldn't it be helpful just to teach your dog a special command for standing in front of you?
Special command to sit in front of me?
Yeah, for example. Because
well,
that would be helpful.
Yeah,
I mean, you wouldn't
like
waste
some
so
people-
much time for just,
Yeah.
trying to put your dog in an exactly right position.
Yeah, some people teach mat, like using the mat, and go to mat, facing me. That's if the dog learns faster, then you can use it.
Because I can see that brings a lot of confusion for a dog when we are trying to put him in a right position.
Yes.
And then a dog is frustrated and the session won't be that clear
Right.
for a dog.
I mean, for this dog, I struggled a lot because of the construction, there was no space for me to guide her all the way and come back straight towards me. It's long dogs, you will struggle. So maybe it was easier. It might be easier if I teach her how to sit on cue using the mat. But all I wanted to teach was do as I do. And I don't want to spend much time on extra things. If I could just guide her with food or special treat, and that was all good for me. So it depends on you. If you want to teach math, go ahead and teach math. Okay? And there are more mistakes. And I'm going to show you one more time. And I'm going to explain. Yes.
I'm not sure, but I think the direction of the spin.
Wrong direction, right? The direction of the spin was not in mirror image. And any other mistakes?
And anticipating the...
You're just going to be picking on me, huh? No, go ahead, please. Okay. All right. So I'm going to explain. So I use target touch to guide her, usually. Before I say do it, she starts to move. That's one mistake already. And wrong direction, right? It wasn't in a mirror image. Okay. So she is not always in the same position. Sometimes she's backed up, sometimes she's closer, sometimes she's tilting like towards the object. I'm like confused. How am I going to move this dog? So I tried to back her up and she spin. And I feel so bad. She got so confused and she looked away. And those subtle signs from dogs, I don't want you to miss it. And she's showing butt to the camera. It's totally wrong position. And facing the bell already, that's a mistake. So I'm starting giving up on having her straight in front of me.
Stay. Stay.
And this is bad demonstration. Dogs don't have hands. Why am I, waving it?
Good. Stay. Do it. Yes. Good.
And this is another thing. I use my right arm to press on the button. If I should have used my left arm so it's visible from the dog's point position that I'm using my arm to press on the button. So those little things makes huge difference in dogs' understanding. Okay? Yes. Any questions?
Mam pytanie, bo
I have a question because I think I missed something or I didn't understand something. Because in the first phase, when the dog makes a mistake or doesn't understand what we want from him or her, or show him or her, then we use verbal cue. And in this phase, actually, we shouldn't use verbal cue because there is new action, right?
You should teach verbal cue for the phase 2 as well, especially for the action without object, because again, there is no help of stimulus enhancement nor local enhancement. So all those action only without objects, you want to teach him verbal cues perfectly.
czyli najpierw uczymy osobno.
So first, we teach separately this behavior by verbal cue, right? And only then we use it in the protocol. In the protocol, does I do?
Phase?
Nie, bo
No. What I mean, do we teach every new action starting from a foundation phase?
To start do as I do foundation phase, you need 3 actions, right? But before you move on to phase 2, you need to teach 3 more actions, extra actions with the traditional way, normal way. You can use shaping, full lore, anything. But it's better to teach verbal cues for all of them, all 6 actions. But for phase 2 action, those extra 3, definitely you want to teach verbal cue for the action only one. Because those actions with objects, dog will likely to get correct answer without your verbal cue help.
czyli każdy.
So every new action that we want to introduce, we should teach it always using also foundation phase, right? With the verbal cue. Do I understand it right?
Timing of teaching the action can be varied. So definitely you need 3 action on verbal cue, definitely, to start phase 1.
Okay.
Okay, and in order to move on to phase 2, you need 3 more actions. And you can start teaching after doing the phase 1 or in between, during the teaching phase 1, but separately, totally separate from do as I do sessions.
Czyli tak naprawdę, żeby wykorzystać,
So, in order to use a given behavior in the session, we first have to teach the dog it with a verbal cue, right?
Okej, dziękuję.
Thank you.
So phase 2 is a generalization phase, right? So the dog knows the imitation role during the phase 1. And when we move to phase 2, most likely your dog will not need the verbal cue with objects-related actions, because direction of which objects you are moving on to, and also which object you are interacting with, right? The stimulus enhancement, local enhancement will help the dog decide what to do. But action only, there is no help of stimulus enhancement, local enhancement. That is why even for the action you use during the phase 2, you want to have the action on verbal cue firmly, just like foundation phase, just like the phase 1 actions. And you will see with Teferi. Okay? Great question. Thank you. Now, so when to move on to new action? If the dog reproduced the action correctly after do it without verbal cue, 6 out of 6, 1 perfect session, then twice, I put twice, then you can go to phase 2, right? So this one Teferi is going to show us too, right? Now, this is the last phase. We are teaching Do As I Do to teach new actions. And I also introduced how to add verbal cue to the action you taught with Do As I Do. Hi. I say hi. So new action, you teach new action with Do As I Do. And this is the definition of new action. You're teaching new action, but which is in dog's behavior repertoire already, but in a different context with new objects. So let's say if your dog knows how to press on a button on the floor, like the Great Dane you saw, you go when you press on the button, and during the new action phase, you can place the light switch on the wall to press with the paw using Do As I Do. It's totally new. Using same arm to press on the button, but one he knew was on the floor, and the one I'm teaching is on the wall in a different place, in a different location, a new switch, right? So that's definition of new action. And when you get here, you will not need objects of phase 1 and 2 no longer. You will not go back to phase 2 again. And many people think Do As I Do is about phase 1 and 2. Copy the action he learned already with demonstration, and that's it. But Do As I Do is about teaching new action using the role, imitation role. So your journey starts from here, right? This is where the fun begins, because your dog's gonna give you goosebumps. How quickly they learn, they will surprise you. Okay? And this is my friend's bull terrier. I borrowed her because I didn't have my dog back then. My dog passed away, and I didn't have I wasn't ready to have another puppy. So I borrowed my friend's bull terrier, and I got the certification, basic level exam. And same, the Great Dane as well, she passed the basic level exam. And this is when I taught her the new action, sequence behavior for the first time. have a fast dog. This dog was fast. Yeah. And you see how easy it is? Because the dog see what to do. There was a toy inside the box and how to open it and the purpose of the action, take out, drop, right? I gave her all the information with my demonstration and the dog got it right away. So that's how easy it is. And I made one mistake during my demonstration. It was good that I used my right arm to open because it's easy for the dog to see that I'm using my arm to open from his position, from her position, I'm sorry. But taking out the object, I shouldn't use my right arm because it's too visual. I should have used my left arm, which is harder to see from her position that I'm using my arm. And I should have more dipped my head closer to the bin. And when I think about it, I think about more how to improve my demonstration all the time. And more you see those demonstrations videos, you'll be better. So please Google it or visit our the Facebook, Instagram. We upload many videos like this. Okay? So from here, we'll go over how to teach behavior, how to add a verbal cue to the behavior you taught with Do As I Do. Because we cannot keep on demonstrating all the time, right? So in real life, we want to just give the cue and act. So the procedure goes like this. First, teach new action always. The dog got to learn the action, what to do. So you ask the dog sit, stay. You do the new demonstration, come back, do it, and dog performs. Then you say good and reward, right? And this will happen very quickly. Well, it depends on the complexness of the behavior. And how to add a new cue. You do the demonstration, and instead of you saying do it, you give the new cue. And so the new cue, anything, you come up with a new cue for the behavior. Then, most likely you do not have to say do it. But only if the dog goes, huh? What is the new cue? I never heard of it. Then you go, do it. Your dog knows what do it means. So he will act. Then you can reward. And finally, you ask your dog to sit, stay. You ask the new cue. And your dog will be able to behave without your demonstration. And this happens very quickly. I see many mistakes for the beginners doing this process over and over and over, but don't do lengthy session. Once your dog get the new action, learn the action, usually adding the verbal cue takes only one or two trials with demonstration. And then you lose the demonstration. And keep the session within 3 minutes. Okay? Is it okay? Everything's clear? Okay. So, I want you to see this video. Okay, this is my friend, good friend, and she's also a certified Do As I Do trainer. So that's a dunk shoot. Right, so this dog is really savvy dog, Do As I Do savvy dog, so it's really easy for her. She's doing the same demonstration again. I think she could just say the cue already. Because you see how confident the dog is. I mean, and this time she's gonna say the cue. So we call it shuto. See, the dog knows already. She knows the routine. Okay, I think she did not need to do this demonstration either. So this is fourth trial, fifth. She got confused. Oh, I forgot my ball. So perfect, right? All right. So that's how you teach verbal cue with Do As I Do. Okay. And this is another example. This is my new dog. New dog, but he's already a year and a half. And I taught this when he was probably less than 1 year. And this is how to add a verbal cue and generalize. I told him this to press on the button, and this circle thing is that pops up. And I use this during the AAI program. And we give the quiz to the kids, and if the kids get correct, we ask the dog, "Seikai," which is correct, and the dog go pung.
Stay. 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 Do it. Do it. Yes, good boy. Stay. Seikai. Yes, good boy. Seikai. Yes, good boy. Seikai. Yes, good. Kai-chan, sit. Ta-da. ちょっと待ちなさい。Sit. Sit. Stay. Ta-da. Down. Down. Good boy. Ta-da. Okay. Sit. Stay. 正解。正解。Yes. Good job. Two.
Okay, so that's it. It was a very short session, and he learned how to press on the button. And this is very fun to teach. And with Do As I Do, he learned very quickly, and he's very cautious with moving object. Like especially when you press on a button, something pops up. If I use traditional training method and have the clicker and then let the dog try to figure out, it's kind of risky. The dog might be scared. By accident, he tried to push the button with his nose, and it pops up right in front of face. Then he will probably never approach this object, right? So do as I do is kind way that I'm showing how to operate this machine and what's going to happen as a consequence, right? So he is very confident. He can press on the button without any hesitation. Clear? Yes.
Polish this time.
Okay.
Mam pytanie odnośnie...
I have a question concerning the previous video. When it comes to the command, there is non-verbal command. Finishing the presentation, when the owner stopped, froze, because the dog was supposed to bring the ball to the basket, and then the owner takes out the ball from the basket. So maybe the dog will shoot and then take the ball back to the initial spot. So maybe we should introduce a command finishing a presentation. For example, we could say finish.
That's a very good question, and I actually thought about it once when I start doing do as I do. It should be watch cue, stay watch from here. I'm starting, and when it's done, cut, come back and do it. I was thinking about it, but then it's too much information, right? And right now, without any watch cue or cut cue, he gets it. I mean, he's experienced, and this dog too. She does not need any extra information.
Zastanawiam się bardziej, jeżeli...
Hold on.
What I'm thinking is maybe if I would want to teach this method to other people who are not that savvy in training dogs, then maybe they wouldn't be so careful about stopping for a moment. Then maybe it would be confusing for a dog. So maybe it would be better for those people to use such a command.
It could be. And if you manage to teach that, please send me the video.
Okay.
I want to see how you guys do. Yeah. So, I will go in a second. Yes.
Maybe first I will send you the videos of myself training the dog. When I'm already good at it, then I will send you the videos of other people.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. See, do as I do method is protocol is really solid, and we need to follow each rules to make the dog learn do as I do faster, and that's why we have many rules. But I think, honestly, I think we can improve more and more. So if you have any better idea, send us. Thank you. All right. So, okay. I'm going to skip to the AI program part, or should I go for phase 2? Do you guys want to move? I mean, do you guys want to see the dogs now? The videos are fun, but actual dogs are better, right? Right? Okay, let's have dogs. are down, step, spin. Those are from phase 1, right? And so step is the object related. Picking up is the object related. Water bottle is object related. And this is phase 1 objects, and these are new ones. So how do you place the objects? Sorry. So you see phase 1 action. Step is the only object. Now she has 2 new objects during phase 2. So where do we place the objects? Exactly. Thank you very much. But they didn't hear, so you got to do it over. Okay. Can you give her the mic? Thank you. So the object placement for phase 2.
The new one besides me, because this is a place for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And this one is place for the fairy, so the old object is
great.
Besides him.
Yes, great. Oh, okay. Yes. And at the very beginning of phase 2, we want all the objects are equally same distance from the dog. But as he get better, as the program, as more practice, the dog can see other places as well. So we place the objects behind the dog or behind the human and change places for the generalization. Okay? Ready? Okay. Now, do you want to refresh her memory of new actions during phase 2? Maybe back up? With a what? Okay. 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 For the learning purpose, can you give verbal cue session? Just verbal cue. Back. Okay. So that's backup, right? Okay. Do you want to refresh her memory? Okay. Are you ready? Hold on a second. Can you do pick up? Beautiful. Can you do down? Fast. Okay. Can you do water bottle? It's okay. Let her smell. straight. Have the dog straight in front of you. Okay. Water bottle. Can you do back? Okay. Now finally step. Okay. So that is a break. Thank you very much. So how I ask her to do is first she did spin, right? She did spin. Then I ask her to do pick up object related. Then what was it? Down from phase 1 and water bottle. Then back step in the order. What it is action only, object related, action only, object related. Switch. And also I try to start with phase 1 action to refresh the memory of do it. So the dog likely to not to make mistake. Then try something new, phase 2. Then phase 1, phase 2, phase 1, phase 2. To make learning easier for the dog. So those kind of little things keep in mind. Now, tough again. Yes, and this time let's change the location. Can you stand here? Oh, you can back up. Okay, right. All right, then same position. Let's keep it. All right. How about? Okay, but can he back up? All right. He doesn't mind seeing people very close. It's okay. All right, then let's switch the objects placement. It's okay. All right, let's not make it too complicated for the step by step. So at the end of phase 2, I want you to practice something like this. Okay, so let's refresh her memory of back first. Okay. Start with back. Oh, okay. Let's start do as I do, back. He's getting tired. Oh. Come back. Okay. Well, she stayed. Okay. Okay. Guide her in. She stayed, so I think you can give her reward. Good. Can you step? Beautiful. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay, so it's like this. You don't need to do all 6. When you're trying something new, challenge like having object behind the dog, it's difficult. So you do not need to do all 6. And we all know that Tef can do perfectly, right? Okay, all right. Okay, so I think she's getting a bit tired, so I cannot ask her to do new action. At the end, yes, let's take a little break. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Okay, okay. Some dog get too hyper. Okay, we'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay. So let's change to, can we try one more phase 1 session? I think she had enough a break. Thank you very much. Same place, yes. Oh. Okay. If he's here, she's gonna be looking at this. She's not gonna fall. Okay. If it's too close, she's gonna make mistakes. So let's keep it left. But I hope she doesn't fall. Ooh. All right. How about this? Let's put it here. And let's do verbal cue once again. You can skip the house. Let's do spin with verbal cue. Good. Let's do with demonstration. Spin. Okay, good. This time without the cue. Perfect. Great. Now we do kennel without verbal cue. It's okay. Do it over. No, I don't think you need it. Demonstration. Okay. Now, okay. Now do down and take a break. with demonstration down. Okay. This happens, then let's do down barbecue, just barbecue. Good. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. It's okay, take a break. Okay, so what we saw is she started to spin for everything, right? And this happens for working on one action constantly, then it happens. And one thing, the house was, I put the house with the dog directly facing the opening, facing dog directly, right? But it was moved to side. And I wanted to place it diagonal towards the dog. So you can do the demonstration like this. Remember earlier we were saying, if you go like this, the dog might be confused. With stimulus enhancement and local enhancement help, if you go like this, I think he got it. But anyway, he spin. We reinforce the behavior too much. So what you do next is, since he's keep on spinning, we exclude it. We do short session of just 3 actions: house and down and house. That's it. Does it make sense? Okay. Because he tend to spin. You want to do one last time? I think he can do it. I mean, she can do it. She's not that tired. I don't think she looks. Yeah. She doesn't have other 3 yet. Oh. She doesn't have the 3 verbal cue yet. Oh, no. 3 other for phase 2?
Yes, right now, like which comment she's gonna do? Which actions she's gonna perform now?
Spin. Okay. Oh, right
no,
now?
because they said we exclude spin, yeah?
Kennel and down.
Kennel and down. Okay, thank you.
Because she tends to spin right now for everything. So we do not ask for it. Yes, and I want you to go like this. And demonstration is like this. Come back to it. Mm-hmm. You don't need, I don't think you need a verbal cue. Okay, let's give verbal cue. Okay, barely. I'm glad that she didn't touch the elbow on the ground. That would be, yes, that might be. But I think she's getting a bit confused. And I don't want you to do a down anymore because she made a mistake with down. And let's take a break. I think it's enough for her to finish the training today. She did very well, right? Thank you very much. All right, so let's take a little break, and we are going to wrap up a little. Is it? And before that, maybe the Tefi is ready to do a new action. Okay, let's take 10 minutes break. Thank you. All right, so let's start the final part. Are we ready to wrap up? You think Tef can start. To wrap up, I want Tef to show us how to do a new action with Do As I Do. And first, I think everybody's back. So everything's off the floor. And this is something new that he never seen in his life. This is my the pouch, my passport in it. So I don't want him to grab and run. You don't want my passport? Maybe he needs a water break. Water? No? Got bored? Okay. So, can you get his attention somehow? And okay, that's a new object, and the mission is I want you to teach him to touch the object with one hand. It's okay. He's sniffing. Good. Okay, good. So that's it. That's it. Thank you very much. And a new action completed. That's good. That was it. And this is new action, new example of new action, and with a new object he never seen ever before, and copied the owner's action right on this one trial. And this time, I'm going to make things a little harder. Can you play with them? So here's a box and an object. And I guess I want her to pick this up and place it in a basket. And, all right, how do you want to proceed? Have you ever done this before? You can place it anywhere, okay? You can place it anywhere. How you set up the environment, okay. How you place the objects is really important. Okay. So, that was too easy, wasn't it? Okay, thank you very much. That was way too easy. And thank you very much, Steffi. And he worked too hard today. Thank you very much. Beautiful job. Okay. So, that's it for the Do As I Do part. You saw how to teach foundation phase and how important it is, and how to proceed to phase 1, what are the important parts and rules of phase 1, and when to proceed to phase 2. Okay, I'm getting questioned already. And phase 2, what are the rules, then how to do new actions, how to add new verbal cues, right? Yes.
In Polish.
That's a tricky question, I believe. What about exercises, tasks that involve the human as an object? There is like dancing with a dog or similar, where the dog leans front paws on the human and walks together. Would we need another human to practice with the other person? or do we need another dog also? How do we teach such behaviors?
Okay, great question. Thank you very much. You saw Patchouli, the yellow Labrador. They are dancers, and another dog is yellow Labrador, and she is also involved in the dancing as well. And Nobuyo, my friend and certified do as I do trainer, she taught her dog to walk cross like. Using do as I do. And I think compared to that, leaning on somebody may be easy, but maybe not. Because the dog's height is like this, right? And we probably need really, really tall people, like 10 feet, to be like leaning on in dogs' understanding. I don't know. And we don't usually involve human much, only when we deliver something to the person, not like when we heal, teaching the heel position to the positions. We don't usually do that because using the other method is a lot easier. Healing position, probably you could lower in, that's it, right? Teaching to elicit the behavior. So you do not always have to use do as I do for everything, especially when you have to involve other person.
Okay.
Okay,
I get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. Because do as I do, it is one method, but there are others. So sometimes I need to use another method.
Okay.
Are any methods that I shouldn't use when I'm using also do as I do? I mean that dogs then have bigger problem to work.
Okay, I think I can answer the question. You probably mean, is it okay to use different training method combined with do as I do?
I will learn, for example, one thing by do as I do, and I cannot learn everything. So I need to use another for another task, yes?
Okay.
But are there any methods that I should avoid? Because it can, the dog can fix...
avoid.
And he, for example, I don't know, like it was said, in shaping, yes?
Oh, yes.
Some dogs has to think.
Uh-huh.
So...
Well, okay, I mean, you don't need to avoid shaping or anything. It's just while you are teaching do as I do, for the dog to learn the road, to notice that they have to copy your action. You do not want to mix with any pointing or any lowering or anything. You do not want to mix when you are teaching do as I do from phase 1, 2, and new action. But if your dog is master of do as I do, then you can combine with other methods. I know some people do teach new action with do as I do because it's really quick. Then to polish, to make it precise, they use shaping after that. So it's more detailed work. It's like how much force he needs to open the, how much force they need to put to make action something. We cannot teach how much force to put by using do as I do. We can show the consequence and goal and how we did it, but they have to experience how much force to put to open the cabinet or refridge, right? So that kind of things you can combine with different methods. Once the dog knows do as I do, then you can combine. And I do that too. I often do that too. Thank you. It's really good. Is that okay? Then let's move to the final lecture part. No. So this is gonna be very quick. Yeah. See, I do one thing and I forget. So it's going to be a quick part, application example in AAI. And I'm a founder and director of Ichinomiya AAE Dog Club, which is a local volunteer group. We visit kindergartens, elementary schools to do AAE programs with the school teachers in algebra class or any other classes. And also we visit nursing homes, we do visit people in needs, the physically challenged people. But those are for AAAs. For those people who, the term AAA and AAI, just skip it. It's like animal-assisted interventions. And that's what we do on volunteer program. So how can it be used? How Do As I Do can be used in, let's say, algebra class? This is an example of the training I did recently with my dog, Tara. You've probably seen this target. You throw a toy and it has adhesive Velcro. It attaches. And you can count the points. And there is a points. It's like a target. The center is the highest score. And, the other outer side is the lower score. And maybe you can use this for mathematic problem. So you have the questions, involve the dog, and retrieve the target from this target to the deliver to the boy or something. And this is how I taught with Do As I Do. So imaginary boy there. Okay, so that's my social reward. And I use tons of it. And I used since he was little. So he values social reward more than piece of cookies. And I think it makes really difference when it comes to AAI program. And why did I teach this behavior? So we can use this action in an algebra class, but then he knew this action already. Picking up an object and deliver to somebody, he knew this action, but he did not elicit when I said the cue. Pick it up and bring. He did not do it. That is why I show it to him. He hesitated to grab and lift the object because it was so firmly attached to the target with the Velcro adhesive. And he probably felt the target moving towards him. And he did not know how much force to add. So he did not act upon verbal cue. So I did the demonstration once, and then he was able to do it. It gives the confidence to him to perform, complete the action. So Do As I Do is not only about teaching new actions. You can give confidence to your dog by demonstrating that this object is safe to act on, right? And how did we use this? It's a practice session with my friends' kids. You did it. Oh, but once they were aiming for yellow because they're team yellow. And they can gain the point, get the point if the dog delivers to them. So it's the co-work. They can get the point only if the dog delivers to them. So they work together to get the mission, to get the point, right? So this is kind of the practice you can do. You can prepare your dog using do as I do, and also give the confidence with do as I do. And here's a kitty for you. All right. This cat is not in the AAI program. He is too rough with kids, so I could never bring him to the elementary school or nursing homes. Everybody's gonna be bleeding, so I cannot bring him. But I love to teach do as I do to my cat. And they are gonna surprise you once you teach do as I do to your cat. Whew, they learn really quick, and you will be able to communicate with them in a different level. So they'll surprise you. Get the questions, like I use this for geography class, like where is the capital of Poland? Right? And that kind of question, you write it on the ping pong ball and put it in the device. And we ask the cat to press on the lever, and the random question pops up. So the geography, it's not coming from the human. It's not coming from the teacher. The question comes from the animal you like. Then it's fun. It's more, fair for the students. The teacher is not giving you the quiz. Animal is giving you the quiz, right? So it's more fun. So that kind of random quiz device you can do with many subjects, not only geography, maybe language classes, and be creative with it. And teaching this action is really easy with do as I do. Okay, so you have a question? Oh, where's the mic?
Just for curious, because I have totally no experience with cats, do you use the same protocol when you're teaching your cats do as you do, or are you just starting from little cat with the social learning?
Okay.
Just for curious.
Thank you very much. I want you to be interested in cat do as I do as well. Actually, I was involved in this do as I do study with cat, and it came out 2019, published on animal cognition, done by Dr. Claudia Fugazza. And that was the very first study proving that cat has imitation ability to copy action of human. So that was the first study came out, and I got many interviews upon that. And my cat, this is not the cat. The cat passed away already. But that was the first case, first study done on the imitation of cat. And with that cat, I use protocol, do as I do protocol, because when I started teaching, she was already 11. And but is it different from dogs? No, I don't think so. She learned relatively quick, probably like 25, 26 trials from phase 1 to phase 2, and was able to proceed to new action. That's about the normal speed of dogs, regular dogs, to learn do as I do. I wish you had my cat do as I do presentation with me. But I use capturing mostly. Yes. Why? Because any cat knows how to lay down. Oh, and if you are interested in cat do as I do, we have a presentation on ICOFA, and you can take a look at it. Search. I see that she has all the Magda has all the data. So, cat do as I do. It's basically same as do as I do for dog as well, but I used table as a platform. It's fun. And with this cat, he came to me when he was day 3. He had the umbilical cord attached when he came to me. He was really tiny, only 63 grams. So I milk fed him, raised him, and I start teaching as soon as his eyes open. With social learning approach, not do as I do. It's totally different. But I taught him how to match body actions using hand, how to nose touch, pick up object with my mouth. So little things, step by step by step. But with this cat, I used do as I do protocol partially. And with the other dog, the Tara, I did not use do as I do protocol. I did backward. So with my puppy, I used social learning approach to teach new action to copy by demonstration at the very, very beginning. And the puppies are very blank, no learning history whatsoever. So very pure and able to copy your action like that. So I taught him each steps and put together, combined, and did the phase 2. For the first time, he was able to do all 6. So it was a backward do as I do. So with puppies, you have another option of teaching imitation, but I guess it's a good foundation of teaching puppies social learning approach. So they have the idea of copying you. So keen to the idea of copying your action and pay more attention to your behavior, the actions. I think that makes very different. That makes a difference in communication level because they watch you, pay attention to what you do. And another AI program idea, well, especially like my cat, and I mean, the parents, they usually asks, can I pet your cat? Can I pet your dog? How can I, go, my kid loves cats. Can I ask to do session with the cat? They like to, they think the kid have to touch the animals, but doesn't have to involve touching all the time, not necessarily be petting all the time, right? And what I want to teach the kids is sometimes the animal doesn't want to be touched, right? And they have to consider the other person's emotion as well. Are they comfortable being petted, right? So this is a good way of interacting without petting. I'm more happier than you. I'm like, yeah. So it's both win-win. It's like the kid is really happy. The cat, he likes cat, and then the cat copied his action in front of his face, and he was so excited. And cat is, he get food, really good food. So he's happy. He get used to kids now. So it's a really good, fun game. The do as I do can be used like this, right? And after this session, this kid was telling his mom that, oh, when I grow up, this is going to be my job. Cat trainer. So that's how much he enjoyed. And this is another one. It's going to be very quick, so listen carefully. Were you getting it? It's very quick. I'm going to play again. Shh. Right. He skipped the part, do it, but he knew the routine because he has done it so many times. And the kid goes, and the cat repeats, That's another communication that you could never done with, like animal before. And he is so happy that he was finally able to communicate with the cat, right? So it's fun. Do as I do can be used like this. Now, this is an option. If you are really interested in do as I do, and if you want to try to get certification, challenge the exam to check if your dog really, really knows do as I do. Here's the exam details. The exam consists of theory part and the practice part. Theory part is a written exam, 10 multiple choice questions. It's not really difficult. I never seen anybody who failed. But it will be difficult in a way that if you do not know the words like stimulus enhancement. What is stimulus enhancement? What is local enhancement? Well, we learned I mentioned so many times. So you probably remember. I hope you remember. Ooh, okay. I have to remember doing this. Microphone. Okay, so I want you to remember about stimulus enhancement, local enhancement, what's functional imitation, all those words, keywords, and do as I do training protocol, how many actions for the phase 1, how many actions for the phase 2, when do you teach imitation role, that kind of things. And I think you can make mistakes up to 3. And that's it for the human part if you are taking the live exam. And live exam will be done by Claudia Fugata herself. And practice part, judge will be doing the testing your dog on phase 2 twice. So the Claudia will be doing the test. I'm going to show you the actual exam done during the seminar in Japan. And if the dog passes the practice part, during the second part, the practice part, you can do nothing. You can just watch. It's up to the dog's responsibility there. And final exam is the new action, like what we did with TEP. It's not going to be difficult, like sequence action of grabbing an object and putting in the basket. No, it's going to be very simple new object test. And again, for the dog who passed the second practice part, none of the dog failed the final exam. Okay? And so this is the actual exam. It's a house. You see many audiences, but this is a rare case. Usually only your dog and you and Claudia Fugasa's will be there. Maybe like organizer, that's it. Spin's perfect, right? Walk backwards. Oh, I think the dog can make mistake up to 3 on this too. It's picking up the object. She's saying "matte" in Japanese is stay. So 5, the platform. So far, no mistake. Okay, so 6 out of 6. So first part was perfect, right? Now, after a little break, if the dog looks good, the condition looks good, then she will continue doing it. And 6 in a different order. And this time he makes mistake, and your dog can make 3 mistakes in 3. Whole 12 actions, but he cannot make any same mistakes on the same action. Lay down. So far so good. So far so good, right? So far perfect. I think he make 1 mistake here. And this dog started do as I do when he was 10 years old too. So at pretty any age he can start. Back up. See, he made mistake. He lay down. So he got 1 wrong. But at this point, we already know that, 2 more left. Even he misses 2 more actions, he passes. So everybody go, yay, yay, hooray. So he passed. Now we are removing everything from the floor. And she's thinking what to do with the new action test, the final exam. She's searching for something to act on. This is the owner. So she decided to use this, a box, from the other user. All right. Yay! So he passed. Okay. Right. So they passed on the first try. Okay. Yes.
Chciałam wtrącić tu jeszcze pytanie tak.
I have another question. It's more of a general question. I didn't hear an answer to it during the presentation because on all examples we saw that we use the natural predispositions of the dog. Of course, we have an influence on the precision, whether he uses right paw, left paw, etc. And how about more precise commands, more precise behavior? For example, obedience.
Behavior with do as I do. Is it?
Yes.
Okay. I know this lady did this. Sticking tongue and then asked her chihuahua to copy. He did it. It's like a tiny things like the detail work, like sticking the tongue.
No tak, ale wystawienie, okay?
Okay, yes, but sticking of the tongue, we do not expect that this is at a certain angle, etc. But when the dog does back walking, we want it not to wiggle its butt. And so during this method, using this method, we do not have an option to ask the dog to stay on the straight line, right? While walking back.
Got you now. Okay. Well, do as I do gives the bulk idea of what to do. And if you want to ask your dog to walk on the line, like backing up like this, he will need to experience it. We can show the action idea of, I want you to go like this. Then he will know backing up. But from there, you can shape the behavior. One line, draw a line, and you can do click, 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 combine with the other method to polish the behavior. Make sense?
Czyli łączymy metody wtedy.
So you mean we should combine methods, right?
If you want to make a precise action. Yes. And I do that too for the particular action. Especially if you're doing like a dance actions, you want to polish it, right? Make it prettier.
Okay, oto było pytanie. Dziękuję.
Thank you.
That was my question.
So I have a question about the exam. So who is Claudia the only one who can assess and pass you whether you pass or not the exam?
Actually, in live exam, basically yes. Basically,
okay.
yes.
Are there any other types of exam that you could take, like send a video so she could assess? Like, is that okay?
There is online exam, and if you choose online exam, basically it's same. But since we are not going to go to your house, online exam will be done by you. So the owner will be doing this, but it'll be kind of difficult in a way. When you say do it, you have to turn your back from the dog, meaning you ask your dog to say stay, do the demonstration, come back, do it like this.
Why?
Okay. Why? Yeah. Why? Because we want to make sure that you are not sending any message. It's like do it, like do it, like
Okay,
or somebody's in the room sending the verbal cue or hand sign. We want to eliminate all the possibility. And if you are looking back and have the two cameras, we ask for the two cameras set up. So if you are turning back, there is no way you cannot go like this way or that way. It's impossible.
Okay, so the written exam would be taken online as well?
Yes.
And then we would send a video for the practical exam. And what about the new action?
You don't need to send in the videos. The exam is going to be all
online.
It's
live?
All live,
okay,
yes.
that makes sense now. Okay, thank you.
And the written part online. And I share the screen and I do. Well, there are many Japanese took the exam because I do the translation. And so far, everybody passed. Good God. And they practice how long? It takes a little more time than regular do as I do because they have to teach turning back and do it. But probably extra couple months and they all pass.
Okay, thank you.
New action, you don't need to turn back. So when we ask for the new action, we ask you to bring something from the kitchen or something, grab the tissue box and bring it here and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope somebody will challenge the do as I do exam. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. This is the online exam version. How much they enjoy. So this is the final exam. That's it. Okay, so she passed this exam, I believe, beginning of this year. And I think dog made one mistake and that was it. See, it's fun. It looks difficult, but every step is about fun and the dog enjoys it and we enjoy it very much. So I hope you challenge the exam as well. And finally, after you get the basic level exam, if you're a dog trainer, you can challenge to go for a trainer's exam. And so far we have seven certificates. And some Japanese, some from Italy, and Norway as well. So if you need any help, you can contact one of the certified trainers in your area. And finally, this is the link to our SNS, Do As I Do Facebook, and I have Do As I Do in Japan, And I write in Japanese to introduce all the videos. And Do As I Do official page in Instagram. Follow us, please. And YouTube, we have, I'm sorry, it's all data. It's no longer Claudia Fugata. It's Do As I Do dog training. And search for it on YouTube and you hit. And another one is a family dog project. Family dog project is led by Dr. Adam Miklosi in Budapest University. And the cat research paper and stuff, and it's all introduced in here too. And what I mentioned earlier was comparison between shaping and Do As I Do. You can find here too. And delay the memory, the Do As I Do, using Do As I Do, using the Do As I Do, they researched on the dog's memory as well. So you can find all the papers here, related papers here, if you're interested. Okay? And yeah, this is another one that this is the last video, and it's a digest. This is my cat. Cat too.
Do it.そうですね。すごいですね。
Let's do it. So that's a, oops. So that's a wrap up, and let's do it. Thank you very much for listening. Oh, thank you. Thank you.